Hello and welcome to the January 23rd special meeting of the Palo Alto Unified School District Board of Education. I want to remind the public of bylaws of the board 9323. Public comment for each item is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. After this period, the board will conclude public comments and proceed to board discussion. Following the discussion, if any members of the public did not have the opportunity to speak during the initial 30 minutes, the board may allow an additional 15 minutes for public comments. If there are both in-person and remote members of the public who wish to comment on an item, the board president will alternate between in-person and remote members of the public when identifying commenters to speak, beginning with an in-person commenter if one is present. Students may comment ahead of other members of the public, subject to the rule that the board president will alternate between in-person and remote members of the public. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda order?
I move we approve the agenda order.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I will roll call the approval. Student board member preferential vote?
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Board member 2?
Aye.
Board member Salzman?
Aye.
Board member Durop?
Aye.
Board member Kamai?
Aye.
And board member Shauna Siegel? Aye. The agenda order, oh, any opposed? No, because we all said aye. The agenda order is approved. And now we will go to California Schools Employee Association CSEA President's remarks with Meb Steiner.
Good evening, everyone. Meb Steiner, President of CSEA Palo Alto Chapter 301. I think in some ways it's very appropriate that we're having this discussion tonight. It is MLK Week. It is also the year that marks 60 years of the Selma March. In March, it will be 60 years that the Selma March happened. So I feel it's very appropriate that we're having this conversation about the curriculum of ethnic studies. And I think it's vitally important that we as a school community have the ability to have difficult conversations and to have them with respect and to have them with kindness and with an open heart and ear to listening to one another. Does not mean we will always agree. That is, in fact, the beauty of being in a community. We don't always agree. We don't agree in our families either. But we give one another grace. And with that, I offer my grace here tonight. CSEA supported this very strongly, made the decision to have ethnic studies be a graduation requirement, and we still support that decision. The process has been followed for us to adopt this curriculum, to look into it. There was an elective course, there was a pilot course. Our teachers have spent a lot of time, there's been a lot of feedback. There's been a lot of discussion that it's not a state mandate. That argument doesn't really hold a lot of water for me because our school district does a lot of things that are not state mandated. In fact, our high school graduation requirements to get a diploma are far beyond what the state mandates. They are, in fact, far beyond what the UC admissions requirement is. So for me, the mandate portion is not the important part. For me, what is important, and for what is important for CSEA, is this is the right thing to do. This reflects our stated values as a community committed to inclusion, diversity, respect, tolerance, lifting voices, welcoming people. And I share this also from a very personal perspective. My family moved here in 1967 from India. I was in 2nd grade, and I went to school in Palo Alto. At the time, I think there might have been 5 Indian families in Palo Alto, maybe 5. I walk into classrooms now and I see such a diversity in our student body. I see a diversity in our town. When I look at our classified staff, the diversity of our classified staff is amazing. My own personal story, my family's story, my mom had to flee as a refugee in 1947 when Pakistan and India were divided. She shared her story in a history class at PAEA, and it was so exciting for the students. My own story of coming to this country, my father's story when he came by ship and landed in Mobile, Alabama in 1948 before taking a train to come to Stanford to study electrical engineering. But I also have stories of colleagues. One of my colleagues who's a special ed aide who fled Cambodia. She was studying to be a teacher at the time. And she came here and now is working in Palo Alto as an educator in special ed, as an aide. The story of a young man from the Philippines who was putting his sister through college by being a custodian in our spurred his dream to join the Navy, which he then did after she completed college as the first person in her family to go to college. These are the stories. This is our community's history. This is who we are. And so I really, really urge the board to adopt this curriculum, to stand by the decision made by the school board in 2023 to have this be a high school graduation requirement. By setting it as a requirement, it elevates it to a high priority. It means we care. It means it's important to us. And quite frankly, it is who we are and who we should be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we have Terry Baldwin, President of PAEA.
Thank you. I'm here today to express PAEA's strong support for our ethnic studies teachers and team that created and piloted this class, because as Ms. Steiner said, it's the right thing to do. This team dedicated over 2 years to research and design curriculum with limited existing resources, ensuring that it would serve our students the best. Concerns have been raised that the class might be dangerous or cause issues similar to those in other districts. However, the piloted class proved successful with overwhelmingly positive feedback from students. Many students shared that prior to this class, not because of it, racist remarks have often been made. They credited the class for fostering awareness, addressing these comments, and promoting a more inclusive environment. Importantly, there were no instances of violence or hatred resulting from this class. While some have suggested that there was insufficient community input, the piloting process adhered to district and board guidelines, including multiple meetings to gather feedback. Though not all input could be reflected in the final product, it was heard and thoughtfully considered. As a community, we need to trust our educators. They're experts in their field. They're the ones who prioritize the best interests of their students. The students who took this course have spoken passionately about the positive impact. At the previous board meeting, some members cited student input as a factor for their decision not to approve the biology course. It is important to note the distinction. Those students they were speaking about haven't even taken that course yet, but they were listened to, and that's fine. Here we have students who have experienced the course and are advocating for its continuation because of its value. Their voices deserve to have the same weight. Our teachers entered this profession driven by a passion for their students and the commitment to providing them with the best education possible. This includes our ethnic studies teachers who designed this course with great care and professionalism. As Mr. Drop and Ms. Siegel noted at the last meeting, failing to support our educators could discourage them from developing innovative courses. Our district has benefited from teacher-driven initiatives such as the social justice and peer mentorship pathways, which enrich students' lives and foster community engagement. The teachers constantly reflect on and improve their lessons to meet the needs of their students. This course is no exception. By voting to approve it, you are affirming your trust in our teachers' expertise and dedication. Please show your support in their hard work and commitment by voting in favor of this course. Please show them that you are committed to your campaign promises to listen to the teacher voice. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will move on to action items. Dr. Austin.
Yeah, I'm going to get us started, and then we'll turn it over to the team. I haven't said a lot on this topic, and it doesn't mean I haven't been touching it, following it, working on it. Just means I haven't publicly said much, so I've got just a quick one for you. A Stanford professor told me that she thought it was ironic that some courses at Stanford exist about difficult conversations. That's actually what they're called. And yet they only teach the philosophy while completely avoiding the actual conversations. That's kind of funny. She thought it was funny too. Our profession, at its purest, inspires empathy, curiosity, and understanding of perspective beyond our own. Our work and the decisions we make here ripple far beyond this room. Palo Alto students have leadership positions when they leave us. This is something I really thought a lot about. And as I'm sure we're going to see shortly, our students have voices. They're strong, they're smart, they're capable of speaking for themselves. In fact, it's one of the things that I was told during my superintendent's student advisory group. Students came up to me some after the meeting to say they wish they could just use their own voice, and they apologized for others stepping in as their surrogates. The group I always have the most confidence in to be resilient and rise to the occasion are our students. As leaders, they will learn that not everyone is going to agree with them. The next part is something I tell my own kids all the time. They're going to get jobs they don't deserve, and they will not get some jobs where they may be the best qualified. Part of our job is to avoid the temptation to sanitize their world for them now to the point to where they expect it of their future employers, friends, spouses, and partners. More importantly, as future leaders, they also need to learn about and appreciate others. It's also not a bad thing to learn how to analyze information and draw conclusions on their own. How can a student stand up for what is right if their understanding of right and wrong has never been explored or challenged? This is my way of saying I trust our students to handle not only this class, but life beyond us. Shifting briefly to my own guiding principle on these issues, and when it comes to leadership in general, it's not complicated. I follow a quote from President Reagan who said, "Surround yourself with the best people you can find, delegate authority, and don't interfere as long as the policy you've decided upon is being carried out." That approach has been the backbone of successful people and organizations, including this one, for quite a while. Dr. Lopez, Ms. Reynolds fall into this category, and the teachers who are with us tonight make it easy for us to delegate authority to our professionals. They raise their hands to create learning opportunities for students while navigating predictable and unpredictable politics. They did it with pure intent, tremendous care, and we're all thankful. I walked in during one of their planning sessions and I asked a joking question. Why would you guys raise your hands for this? And instead of just laughing, they answered the question. They didn't see it as rhetorical or joking. They actually answered it. And I wish everyone could have seen that moment. It's one of those times where I wish there was a camera in that room. They said it because it meant something. They believed in the importance of the work and believed in our kids. The purpose of education is not to reinforce walls between us, but to open doors. This course may be one of those doors. I'm not saying it with absolute knowledge, right, wrong. I think we're going to hear lots of rights and wrongs today. I'm going to say it may be one of those doors. But it represents our belief in the power of knowledge to connect and to uplift. I'm thankful for the efforts of everyone involved and look forward to a robust conversation. I don't know when or even if this course will be part of PAUSD. Don't know if funding will be provided by the state or if the legislature will touch the entire thing again and create more chaos. I do know this. For those looking for a win, I already have mine. We are spending time discussing something worth discussing. So for that, thank you, and especially to this group, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Austin and members of the board. This evening, we have members of our ethnic studies committee, teachers who taught the pilot class, and students who participated in the pilot class that are going to be sharing their experience while taking the class. Our ethnic studies committee has been working on this endeavor for over 2 years. These 2 years have been very challenging and rewarding at the same time. Our teachers and team members have been under scrutiny by some members of our community regarding what they perceive as a liberated curriculum, which we are not using that framework for this course. Despite these experiences, our teachers move forward, continue to collaborate, and develop this course as to see the value that this course brings to our students and community, especially our historically underserved students. In using the inclusive model curriculum throughout our planning and implementation, it became apparent that some key words that have been concerning a few members of our community are included in the final inclusive model curriculum that we use. Additionally, during our input sessions, some members of the community raised their concerns about instances that have or are occurring in parts of California, the nation, and the world. We have been sensitive to what has happened and continues to occur. The community feedback was received and taken into consideration throughout the development of this course. When the bill was passed, we began identifying the team and recruiting volunteers from our high school history social science departments. We began to meet and review our existing ethnic studies class along with the grounding curriculum model that was developed by the state in 2021. We reviewed the several courses of surrounding school districts and throughout the state that had an existing ethnic studies class. During this process, we realized that we needed to find a thought partner to ensure us that we updated and developed a well-rounded, inclusive course that will be best suited for our students and community. We searched for consultants, institutions throughout that support school districts during this endeavor from a neutral perspective, including Stanford. Most, if not all, were out of state or at capacity and could not facilitate any more school districts. UC Berkeley's Social Science History project was initially at capacity, but was able to have space within the Peninsula Region office to support us in this endeavor. Our inclusive ethnic studies course will examine the 4 foundational groups, which are Black African Americans, American Indians, Alaskan Natives, Asian Pacific Islanders, and Hispanics or Latinos. It focuses on race, ethnicity, and the experiences of people of color in California. It will fill gaps in traditional education and encourage critical thinking about these topics going beyond existing academic disciplines. When the first draft of the grounding curriculum model was completed in 2019, which we are not using, it was marketed as liberated or the authentic version. It came under heavy criticism due to the political focus and emphasis on a movement centered on race, consciousness that seemed intent on alienating youth from institutions, presenting non-whites as victims and presenting non-whites as victims and whites individually and collectively through institutions as the oppressor. The current and final grounding model of 2021, which we are using, also known as the inclusive model, offers students an opportunity to learn about California ethnic groups, histories, cultures, and contributions, as well as their struggles, including ethnic groups living in the schools, districts surrounding our community. It instills a sense of injustice regarding and willingness to confront the past and present and oppression and discrimination and at the hands of individuals and institutions. The following is the 2023-24 enrollment data by ethnicity for the state of California and Palo Alto Unified School District. We are sharing this data because according to the grounding final document that is inclusive that we're using, the 4 foundational groups at the core of the ethnic studies course is, again, Black African American students, American Indian and Alaskan Natives, Asian Pacific Islanders, and Hispanics or Latinos. Now I'm going to hand it off to Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez. Good evening, Dr. Austin. Good evening, board members. Ethnic studies is unique in that it explores the social, political, and cultural contributions of groups excluded in the Naturalization Act of 1790 and other laws. Ethnic studies is not necessarily only about identity, as much as it is a study of how these 4 foundational groups navigate their distinct and different experiences of racialization and identification. This distinction allows students to develop an understanding of experiences that are different than those who are not in the 4 foundational groups. To continue to impose a colorblind, melting pot, mixed salad framing is like doing algebra, which you all know I love, algebra without considering all the variables. This undermines critical thinking and historical understanding and limits civic discernment. Palo Alto Unified has a 4-year history social studies graduation requirement. The decision to include California Ethnic Studies as the first course our 9th grade students encounter was intentional, as this course prepares students with the necessary foundational skills to engage in 4 years of rigorous history, social science learning. The skills cultivate critical thinking of text, including print and media, cultivate critical thinking to recognize who is telling the story, how the story is being told, who benefits and who is missing from the story. Cultivating the skill of historical thinking, considering the time and context of documented events, and connecting the history to current events and experiences, creating relevance for learning. Cultivating skills to engage in respectful dialogue, which includes listening to alternative perspectives and considering the possibility of shifting one's current stance. Cultivating reflection encourages learners to ask questions and develop their thinking and how one's thinking informs by and relates to others. Once California Ethnic Studies was placed in the History Social Science course sequence, our world history educators began their redesign to merge 3 semesters of world history into 2. Our educators collaboratively utilized this opportunity to rethink how they would teach world history. Teachers engaged in spirited discussions, because you know it's hard to condense. They engaged in spirited discussions about how to restructure and update this course, thinking about the skills and content, providing our students a firm foundation for the rest of their high school experience. Our world history teachers at both Gunn and Palo Alto high schools collaborated over 2 years. The redesign is complete and ready to support California Ethnic Studies in fall 2025. Once the school board approves our California Ethnic Studies course. Our world history course will also be implemented in January 2026. Currently, world history teachers will also be able to learn from our California Ethnic Studies teachers who are teaching the piloted, redesigned world history course this semester. We have our fabulous, amazing, dedicated teachers and really amazing students here tonight to share their experiences with you about our pilot. Our instructional leads, Jeff Patrick at Gunn High School and Mary Sano at Palo Alto High School, who were integral members of our Ethnic Studies Pilot Committee, will be sharing with you the experience of the Pilot Committee and what's happened with our pilot. Our Humanities TOSA, Angelusha, is here as he has supported this process in his new role. We have teachers here from Palo Alto High School, Chris Farina and Ben Bolaños, who will be sharing about 2 of the units, and some really outstanding students who are going to knock your socks off. Jeff Patrick.
Thanks. As you look over the quotation from the California Ethnic Studies model curriculum, I just wanted to take a couple minutes to point out things about the course that excited me as a longtime social studies teacher, starting with the interdisciplinary nature of it. Our departments at Gunn and Pally are full of dedicated teachers that come to us from a variety of different backgrounds and disciplines. It's one of the things that I love about social studies. And this course, Ethnic Studies, being given to 9th graders is gonna allow us to introduce them to some of these lenses and skills that we're going to pick up on again in later courses as they're analyzing political systems. That rolls right into a government class that I, as a poli-sci major, appreciate. As somebody who spent the bulk of my career teaching economics, I love their exposure to some of the models and concepts that we're going to cover in greater detail in 12th grade, and bringing that all together to address such an important concept, I think, is an opportunity that we really should take advantage of. That's why so many of us that are on the team volunteered to be on this team. And if you'll indulge me, I just wanted to take a minute, history teacher background is popping in here. The reason why the 4 foundational groups are mentioned, if you're not familiar with the 700-page Ethnic Studies model curriculum document, is addressed is because those were the scholars in the 1960s that saw a need for specific courses around African American studies, around Chicana or Latina studies, and they advocated in their institutions in the 1960s to offer this course to students in their own individual disciplines, and then bringing all of that together created what we look at as the ethnic studies, the discipline of ethnic studies, right? So it's not just a course that is designed to look at any one group or just to look at groups. It's really this interdisciplinary examination of all of these different systems, economic, political, and social, affecting those groups as well as the rest of the country. So, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, board members and Dr. Austin. So I'll be talking about those 3 bullet points there. And the first thing I want to tell you about is that during this past semester 1, we ran this pilot class at each of the 2 high schools. So just to give you some of the details, there were 20 students in each pilot class. So at each high school, they had 20 kids chosen by lottery to participate. And we actually needed a lottery because the interest from the 8th grade students, from the middle school students, was very high. It was really valuable to run this pilot as a team-taught class. And let me just make sure that you understand what that means, that there were 2 teachers in the classroom at all times at both high schools. This was really valuable. It gave the teachers an extra pair of eyes on the class, a thought partner with whom to debrief and evaluate, just talk about what was going on and how things were going, for example. Looking at that second bullet point, I just want to say a bit about the curriculum development. So the nitty-gritty curriculum development happened over the past summer, the summer of 2024. That's when we sat down in small groups and really tackled trying to design the curriculum. But that wasn't, the beginning of our curriculum development was really based on the 2 years prior of a lot of discussion, brainstorming, planning. As I said, that started actually a couple of years ago. And then our 4 pilot teachers took all this material and all these discussions, and they crafted it into the class that was run this past semester. They also continued and continue to collaborate across sites. So the Gun and Pally teachers have a common prep, and so they collaborate often with each other. And lastly, I wanted to just take this opportunity, since I have the mic here, to tell you all that this entire process, from these years of planning all the way through to the rollout of this pilot, has been, it's been a significant amount of dedicated work by this whole team. And that in my 23 years here at PASD as a teacher, it has truly been the most positive and collaborative, crosstown and truly aligned work that I have ever participated in. I'm not lying. And I also would like to take a quick opportunity to say that this work was consistently and very respectfully supported by the district office, and specifically with Dr. Lopez. And Danae joined us last year, and then Ander joined us last year as well. And we have felt consistently supported this entire time by this team. Okay. That's my slide. Next up, I'd like to actually introduce you to the stars of the show, the pilot students who are going to tell you a bit about their experiences. So their names are Aman Ali, Catherine Bradford, Myra Dang, Quinn Boughton, and Gabriel Lopez.
Ethnic Studies was the first class where I was sent home with a project to study my identity, as well as diving into the stories of history that are often overlooked in our standard world history classes. I gained a deeper understanding and appreciation for the ethnic groups in our country, and learning about some of these sensitive stories in our classroom shaped my perspective on our world today. Through collaborative projects, group discussions, and some laughs along the way, I can say that this class was one of my favorite parts of my first semester at Pally. My favorite takeaway from this class was getting to use my voice to advocate for one of the disparities in our area, redlining, a term I had no prior knowledge on going into this class. And through projects like these, we, a class full of teenagers, were able to help shape a more inclusive community. Through this, I learned that no matter if you're an adult or a freshman in high school, we can all contribute in one way or another to our Palo Alto and the beautiful country we live in. And for that, I urge you to vote yes, because this course shows that we can all make a difference and gives us students the confidence to do so. I also want to thank Mr. Frina and Mr. Bolaños. You two are the funniest and most understanding duo I have ever learned from.
Students, real quick, would you be able to share the school that you belong as you?
I'm from Palo Alto High School.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aman Ali, and I'm a 9th grade student in the Ethnic Studies program at Pally. Participating in the Ethnic Studies program pilot has been a transformative experience for me. The class, with its discussion-based approach, has allowed me to connect with my peers in a way I never expected. We explore our cultural differences, learning to understand and appreciate perspectives beyond our own. This has expanded my worldview and taught me the value of inclusivity and empathy. Through meaningful conversations, I've built stronger relationships and gained a deeper understanding of how to create communities where everyone feels seen and heard. Ethnic studies has shown me the importance of representation and understanding in fostering a better society. Every student deserves access to these unique opportunities, and our teachers have done an outstanding job bringing this vision to life. Thank you.
I'm also from PAEA. So ethnic studies overall was a really positive experience for me. Firstly, through content. Unlike a lot of places in America, Palo Alto is very diverse, and our curriculum should reflect that, especially because of the role race has played in America's history. Through this course, I've been able to explore history through perspectives of minority groups which I have not previously heard or thought about, and more importantly, the lasting impacts of what they went through. Not only this, but I loved how we explored this through multiple lenses and narratives. I've been able to learn more about myself and others, about my identity and the privilege I have in comparison to others, something that no other class has given me. Next, I really enjoyed how the class was discussion and interactive based, allowing me to hear my peers' thoughts and shape my own. This environment was a really safe space for us to hear different opinions and thoughts, and has been a powerful tool in shaping my opinion and making me aware of the world around me. Because of this, I urge you to vote yes.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Quinn Boughton, and I'm a freshman at Gunn High School. I recently completed the Ethnic Studies pilot program. I'll admit I had some reservations going into this course. I wasn't sure how much it would apply to me as a white student, or whether the topics might make people feel divided or uncomfortable. But those fears turned out to be completely unfounded. The curriculum and our teachers were able to navigate this delicate subject matter in a way that was inclusive and engaging for all students. As a non-religious immigrant, my background isn't typically centered in courses like this. That's part of why it was so valuable to me. Moving to the Bay Area, I became part of a community that's incredibly diverse. This class helped me better understand the experiences of my classmates, experiences I didn't fully appreciate before. It also made me reflect on my own identity and privilege in ways I never had. Although it requires us to take a compressed world history curriculum, ethnic studies doesn't take away from world history. It offers a different lens through which to view it. Ethnic studies is contemporary history. It connects global events to the lived experiences of people right here in our communities, showing how the history of the world and the history of the United States intersects with the lives of people of all backgrounds. Rather than replacing what we learn in other classes, it enhances it by adding perspectives that are often missing. This course didn't just teach history, it built empathy. I understand the financial challenges, but I believe our school district has the opportunity and responsibility to lead by example. PAUSD is responsible for preparing us to be leaders of tomorrow. True leadership means tackling difficult topics, embracing inclusion, and equipping students to create positive change in a diverse world. PAUSD has the opportunity to keep ethnic studies as a required course, even though it may be controversial. We have the chance to demonstrate what leadership truly looks like, and I urge you to take it.
Good evening. Oh, is this on?
You gotta press it.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Lopez. I was a part of the Ethnic Studies pilot program at Gunn. I believe that Ethnic Studies as a class and a graduation requirement should receive funding and be taught to all incoming 9th graders next year. Ethnic Studies was a very valuable class. It taught us how to explore our identity through the cultures we come from and to find pride and social capital in the communities we are proud of. Another big part of ethnic studies was learning about oppressions that minorities face when one group of people takes power from another. I think it is the responsibility of school to teach us about the injustices people face, so in the future and in our lives, we can strive for more equality. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll have our continuation of our presentations by our teaching staff.
Good evening, Dr. Austin and board members. My name is Andrew Lucia, and I am our Humanities TOSA here at the district office. As my fellow presenters have shared previously, our 9th grade ethnic studies curriculum that was piloted this fall is the culmination of a years-long cross-district collaborative effort led by our teachers and instructional leaders with the support by their department colleagues and our administrators. And our 4 pilot teachers maintained the spirit of collaboration throughout the fall semester, meeting regularly across town, weekly, if not multiple times a week, which is hard to do, to assess student learning and refine their instruction along the way. On the screen, you'll see a framework of the California Ethnic Studies curriculum our teachers implemented in their classrooms this fall. You'll note that there are particular vocabulary terms, as there are within any content area, that are essential for making meaning within the discipline, in this case, ethnic studies. The language for our California Ethnic Studies curriculum is informed by the Model Ethnic Studies curriculum, which was adopted by the State Board of Education nearly 4 years ago. And the vocabulary introduced in the course to our students is thoroughly unpacked in the classroom through student research, reflection, and dialogue, all facilitated by our expert social studies teachers. The intro unit is Unit 0. It's titled Why California Ethnic Studies. Unit 1 is titled Identity. Unit 2, Power, Privilege, and Systems of Oppression. Unit 3, Resilience and Resistance. And Unit 4, Action and Civic Engagement. To reiterate, this language is derived from the model curriculum adopted by the State Board of Ed in 2021. An example of one of those vocabulary terms is oppression. Variations of this particular term are printed over 100 times in the model curriculum, a reflection of its importance to the discipline. Throughout the course, student choice is emphasized and prioritized, especially in each unit project. For example, in Unit 1, students explore aspects of their own identities by creating a multimedia project, a culture box where personal artifacts are compiled, or a family tree highlighting significant moments, traditions, or cultural practices that have shaped students' understandings of who they are. While an understanding of one's own identity is foundational to the course, learning about the experiences and contributions of other Californians is equally emphasized. For instance, in Units 2, 3, and 4, students have opportunities to explore additional identities too. By design, our California Ethnic Studies curriculum guides students to engage in meaningful learning about identity groups other than the ones they belong to, as well as their own. To share additional examples of lessons covered in the curriculum, specifically in Units 2 and 4, I'll now pass the mic to my colleagues, social studies teachers Chris Farina and Benjamin Bolaños.
Thank you. I'm Benjamin Bolaños, and I want to say that I'm pretty impressed with the students that actually came up here and talked. I don't think I could have done a better job than that, but they were pretty amazing. So yeah. My only question was wondering which teacher was funnier, Chris or I, but that's fine. Yeah, I've been teaching in the district for over 20 years, taught at Fletcher or Turbin, and I see some middle school teachers in the audience, so that's awesome. Yep, right there, one person. We taught together, so it's nice to be back here. Yeah, so I was also on the planning committee for about 2 years, planning it, and then volunteered to actually do the pilot program, teach the pilot program with Chris Farina here too as well. So we spent a lot of time planning. We spent a lot of time discussing, researching, looking at our sources, coming up with questions in terms of like, what do we want the kids to get out of this particular unit, which is actually very typical of what you do for all classes and all units. It's good teaching and it's good research. And we are trained as historians and teachers, right? So in this particular unit, what we did is we looked at power, privilege, and systems of oppression. And we looked at the various ways that what power means. It could be economic, it could be social, it could be many different things, right? And how that's wielded. And looking at privilege too. What is privilege? It's not always economic, right? It's sometimes we're blind to other people's needs and how they endure and how they experience things. That is also privilege. And with systems of oppression, which is something that I know is triggering for certain people, but we definitely we can't shy away from that. And what we did with this is we looked at different institutional impression within the various groups that we actually studied and taught. For example, when we did Asian American, we looked at some of the legal systems of oppression from the 19th century. For example, the Chinese Exclusion Act. If we looked at African American, we looked at redlining, we looked at housing discrimination, which, by the way, also affected Asian Americans and our Jewish community and so forth, right? It's not just that group here in Palo Alto and in East Palo Alto, so grounded in the local history too as well. And so those are just some of the examples that we did in the particular classroom. The significance of this unit and is the human experience is quite varied, and it is important to look at the shadow side of the human experience in order to understand what needs to be changed and how to look at and change the world for a better place, right? And it also informed us for the next unit when we talk about resiliency. What does resiliency look like? How do we endure when things are tough? Barriers and obstacles, how do we overcome those things? And resistance. And it takes many different forms. And so we did a discussion about that too and lesson plans on that. Right, so quite informed. Can you do the next slide, I think, right? This is an example of some of the sources we used, right? This is a video source. This is called Race, the Power of an Illusion. Which is a very common thing that I see in many different classes, right? In history classes too as well, in which we talk about race as a construct, as a social construct. We made it up, we make it up, but it doesn't mean there are no real consequences for it. We partake in that on a daily basis. We also looked at, one of the main sources we looked at was sort of the foundation of, we needed a reading that was foundational for the course, right? That we can always go back to. And also use supplementary material, which was Takaki's A Different Mirror for Young People, which is a great resource for this. And really the history of the minority groups, not only in the United States, but also in California. So, thank you.
I'm Chris Rena. I had the pleasure of teaching with Ben the pilot course at PALI. And I'll be talking a little bit more about the student choice projects and about our 4th unit, which is their capstone project on action and civic engagement. So as Andrew had mentioned, one of the things that we tried to do with each of the summative assignments in the units was to give students an opportunity to explore some aspect of the topic of that unit a little bit more in depth, with a choice of, in the first unit, understanding something about their own personal histories and their own identity. But then in some of the later units, giving them a choice between trying to understand either their own identity a little bit deeper, right? Something about one of the identities that they share, or trying to broaden their understanding of other identities that they don't belong to. So that by the end of these, units 2, 3, and 4, they really had an opportunity to understand both themselves and the community that they live in better. Next slide. So our 4th unit, our final unit, is the kind of culmination of the semester. It's titled Action and Civic Engagement. And one of the things that I think is really important about ethics studies and the way that we designed it was that it was not just going to be kind of a passive sit back, learn information about these different groups, and that's it kind of course. It contains a component of trying to better the society that you live in, to better your community. And so as a part of this, you'll see on the right there that we brought in guest speakers, both at PALI and at Gunn, individuals from our community who could talk about some of the opportunities that they see for making Palo Alto or the Bay Area an even better place to live in and how they're going about doing that. So we brought in individuals like James Hamilton, who is a counselor at PALI, to talk about his experience being a guidance counselor on the Navajo Nation. We had representatives from the city of Palo Alto who are working on their diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging initiatives come and talk to both PALI and Gunn. We had the Chief Operating Officer of We Hope come and speak to Gunn. Individuals from the San Francisco Department of Public Health come all the way down here to talk us about their work trying to create a more equitable health system. And our own social justice teacher, Eric Bloom, who talked to us about the mural that the social justice pathway students created at PALI on the Cherokee Nation. And then as a result, students created their own projects and tried to make some kind of change. So we had students doing projects on art, kind of following the model of the Cherokee mural, including on things like redlining and restrictive covenants in Palo Alto to raise awareness. We had students doing Instagram campaigns to raise awareness about race and homelessness, and we had students conducting oral histories to document the experiences of some Indian chefs in the area, as well as the quest to try and gain tribal recognition for Native Americans here. Thank you.
Now we're going to have our students share another set of perspectives and their experiences in the class.
One of the most impactful parts of this course has been the chance to work on projects that directly connect us to our communities. Unlike other classes where assignments feel disconnected, ethnic studies encourages us to apply what we've learned to real-world issues. For my final project, I addressed disparities between Palo Alto and East Palo Alto by organizing PALI students to volunteer at tutoring programs for East Palo Alto kids. These projects go beyond academic exercises. They empower us to turn knowledge into action, whether through community outreach or activism. Ethnic studies is more than just a class. It's a way to create a tangible change. It has truly been the most rewarding academic experience of my life. For these reasons, I urge you to vote yes to keep this program so that future students can benefit from the same transformative experience. Thank you.
The projects I have done in this class are quite frankly some of the best I've done throughout my education. The student choice allowed me to pick topics I was interested in and explore them through multiple formats. I think this is culminated in our Unit 4 summative, where we picked an area where we wanted to make some sort of change in. In this project, I got to research redlining with my friend and write an article about it to raise awareness about the topic. This is something I was fully unaware of and unfamiliar with before ethnic studies, yet it plays such a pivotal part in Palo Alto's history especially. I have a friend in the class who got to work with the Muwekma Ohlone to help them gain federal recognition. This is just 2 examples of projects. Now imagine how far these can go with students who are passionate about them in the years to come.
Personally, I loved the projects that we completed. Not only were they engaging, but they were also an opportunity to look farther into any topic we had discussed. I took my topic, homelessness in the Bay Area, through all 4 unit projects. After each unit, I was able to look at homelessness in a new light and use what I had learned to dissect the problem and discuss the causes and impacts of the unhoused with my peers. I particularly enjoyed the capstone project. My partner, Gabriel, who is also speaking here today, and I worked to collect examples of extreme bias and stereotypes surrounding the homeless in the media. It was a difficult project, but my teacher provided incredible guidance. We are quite proud of the comparisons we were able to make between social media and reality. It has been one of the most meaningful projects I've had a chance to work on this far. Thank you.
Thank you, students.
All right. So, as you've heard, we have been working hard and planning hard, and therefore we also are ready for next steps. So, if we look at this spring, what we've got planned as far as continuing to develop our capacity to run this class, several of the teachers who will probably be teaching ethnic studies next year, if approved, are attending the CCSS, the California Council for the Social Studies Conference. It's local this year, and they're holding a special ethnic studies symposium, which is very exciting. And then throughout the rest of the semester, our 4 pilot teachers are going to be sharing their wisdom and their experience and the curriculum again, with the teachers who plan to teach this course next year. So that will be an ongoing regular endeavor throughout the year. And of course, the continued unit and lesson planning collaboratively.
Which brings us to our plans for the summer involving collaboration and planning. I just want to take this opportunity to, again, thank Dr. Lopez and the rest of the district for providing the supports that we've asked for. I've been trying to think of a time when we asked for something and Dr. Lopez said, no, I don't think it happened. Maybe we should have asked for something else. But when we asked for teachers to get paid time to work together during the summer, we were told yes. When we asked for the opportunity to learn from others in the state as well as the nation that are involved in ethnic studies, Dr. Lopez said yes. So in my 20s, let's just go with 20-ish years of teaching, I've never had the feeling of support from teachers are this passionate about ever. And I just think it goes to show like how committed the district was to supporting this, as well as how committed the teachers were. We've heard from some of the teachers here, but there are many more teachers in our department. Some that are still standing outside. They weren't able to make it in tonight. And I just wanted to thank them because every teacher in the social studies department is impacted by this. And acknowledging that, they came to meetings, they volunteered to sit on committees to redesign our 9th and 10th grade offerings. We re-examined our U.S. history curriculum to see where things could shift around. So it's just been an unprecedented level of effort and support to go into this class. And we're looking forward to continuing that. We've got plans for additional collaboration this summer and a structure that we're going to put in place for the continued collaboration next year, hopefully, as we're implementing this class that we feel very passionate about. So, thank you.
Presentation.
Thank you so much, teachers. Thank you, Danae. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. Thank you, Ms. Reynolds, sorry. And thank you so much to the students. That's all I will say for now. Before we start public comment, actually my first question is there any way to get any air conditioning or open up a door in here? Because
as most people know, my office runs at about 60 degrees. Yeah. I'm dying, which took off my jacket. No, the air conditioning we turned on today pumps out hot air, okay, which is amazing, great timing. Okay. So we have, okay. We don't, I wish we could.
Thank you. Okay, thought I would ask. So now we will move on to public comment. And I would just like to set some ground rules and ensure that we are all aware of expectations. First and most importantly, PAUSD values inclusion and tolerance, and we strive to create a safe place for all to express their views. Any intimidation or harassment of anyone in this room will not be tolerated. The First Amendment protects individuals the right to express their views in this public space. However, the First Amendment does not allow for comments that incite violence or puts the public in danger. Second, while we cannot prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much we may disagree with them, if a speaker is saying something that you disagree with or that you find troubling, you are welcome to excuse yourself from the room until after the person has finished their comments and then come right back in. I will not tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone is guaranteed their time to speak, but as we have over 15 commenters per bylaws of the board 9323, Each speaker will be limited to 1 minute. If an individual is unable to conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner, that individual may be removed. If we are unable to have order in the room, I may be required to clear the entire boardroom. Please withhold all your commentary both during and after someone is speaking. The next part is just a request. I kindly request that you do not clap or make any verbal remarks, as they may make people feel uncomfortable to express their views. Finally, we ask that you honor people's personal space and right to express themselves. Please respect each other and respect the forum we have created here for people to share their perspectives. Let us be role models to our students and children today and every day. And so with that, we will be alternating between in-person and Zoom, and as per board bylaws, we will start with students. So this might take just a little time. Okay. So first is a student in person, Breyer.
Hi, I'm Breyer. I'm a senior at PAEA. So after listening to what everyone else has said, I just wanted to know what you all are so afraid of. We live in a multi-ethnic democracy, and 15-year-olds are going to learn this content, live in that democracy. You seem worried about indoctrination, and that worry has led you to ban topics and censor information. Why are you stopping people from learning about the complicated democracy in which they live? I know our freshmen are prepared to learn these materials, and holding it to me is the same as banning books. This district preaches empathy, yet fails to provide classes needed to understand the perspectives of others. That quote was said by my 8th grade brother, who's coming to PALI next year, and who won't be able to take this course if you don't vote it through. I currently have 235 credits from PALI, and if not for my SJB courses, none of them would cover these topics. Having 5 credits be able to teach you so much about what we are as a society is honestly a miracle. Is that what you're afraid of? We have so many qualified teachers telling us that this is what we need, and I'll be very disappointed if you don't do that.
Thank you so much. Next on Zoom, we have Isabel Zhu.
Hello, my name is Isabel Xu. I'm a 6th grader at JLS. Although I have a few years left until high school, this change will directly affect myself, as well as a lot of my classmates. I think it's very important that we can learn about different cultures and identities in ethnic studies. However, I don't think it's fair for us to rush and mandate taking the course without offering us options. My sister, who is a sophomore at Gunn, says she really enjoyed the current world history class when she was in 9th grade, and says it provides a smooth transition into high school. I was really looking forward to the world history course, so I was honestly a little disappointed when I heard that the ethnic studies course might be mandated. No matter if people want to take the course or not, we should all be able to choose what we want to learn and have a say in our own education. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Faizan in person.
It's Faison again, by the way. No, it's all
Thank you,
good. It's a tough
Faison.
name. Look, I'm just going to be honest with you all. The district stands at a crossroads. They can empower the voice of reaction. That would be people like Moms for Liberty, run by a man in this county who doesn't have kids, notably, who showed up in support of the board's decision last Tuesday to cut ethnic studies. That squirts blood in the eye of every single student who's showing up today in support. Or, in the interest of our teachers, and the conscious courage of all the young people who are our future, a courage that I've yet to see, performed by this board, you can push ahead and defend ethnic studies. All of you sitting up there right now, you know what's right in your heart. Our hearts over here, they overflow with common humanity, and they cannot bear to witness the injustice if this course is cut. Remember that when you vote to uphold ethnic studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Grace Linwood in person or on Zoom? It says both on my. Okay, so maybe, oh, okay, then I will do a Zoom comment first. And then Grace will be next. Arilana Williams on Zoom. I'll remember all this. I'm trying to alternate, per board policy, I'm trying to alternate between Zoom and in person. Gabrielle Lopez on Zoom. Okay, so we will go back then to Grace Linwood.
Grace, would you mind pulling the mic down a little bit so you can speak into it? Thank you.
When I walked into the room today, I did not notice too many students my age. In fact, I think I might be the only middle schooler in this room right now. Although there was another middle schooler speaking online, they were not from my school. I believe that as a future high school student, I should be notified of the matters that happen here, as I only knew that this would happen when my parents brought it up during dinner. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have Arilana Williams, followed by Gabrielle Lopez.
It's Arilana.
Oh, sorry, Arilana.
Hi, my name is Arilana Williams, and I'm a current 11th grader and president of the Black Student Union at Gunn High School. And I'm here to highlight the importance of ethnic studies in education. In a community that is increasingly diverse, understanding the history, struggles, and contributions of different cultures is very essential and critical. Ethnic studies allows students to think critically about the world around them and the challenges, the narratives that too often ignore or misrepresent marginalized communities face. So not only does this course promote cross-cultural communication skills, but it also teaches individuals to actively analyze and question the world around them, and not just passively accepting information. The goal of ethnic studies isn't to make people feel guilty about historical events that took place, but it's also to address the issues that continue to affect us today. By understanding the past, we can work towards a more equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Gabrielle Lopez, followed by Lou Ladimirik.
Gabrielle spoke already.
Oh,
The
sorry.
card was put in
Oh.
because he wasn't sure that.
Okay. We have Lou.
Hi. You might hear from people tonight about how the process of ethnic studies was not transparent enough. That's because there was a campaign telling people to email you about how it wasn't transparent enough. Please don't fall for this. Trustee Salzman, you said on Tuesday night when you voted against biology that the process wasn't transparent enough and that they should have done a pilot. Well, we did, and it was a huge success. Please don't move the goalposts 2 days after you planted them. Students want this class. We are not afraid to take this class. Please don't listen to parents and other people who are afraid. Trust us and our teachers to distinguish between learning about violence and resistance and condoning or supporting violence. None of you grew up in a world where we're doing gun safety drills in school. We don't want a violent world. We want to learn the skills and empathy we need to work together to create a non-violent one. That's what ethnic studies is all about. Please vote to approve the class as a graduation requirement.
And just a quick reminder, which is just a request, so that everyone feels comfortable, please consider refraining from clapping so that everyone can speak. Now I have Amani.
My name is Amani Fasadi Moyan, and I'm a senior at PAEA and co-president of the BSU Club, and I'm also PAEA ASB vice president. As a student at this school and in my experience in high school, I've unfortunately been called the N-word by nearly every single demographic at this school. And just last year, I was a victim to racial cyberbullying. During a town hall meeting today, during lunch, I heard points from both sides of the conversation on this issue, and I still stand with pursuing ethnic studies. My sister will be a freshman next year, and I don't want her to experience the same racist remarks that I experienced in my high school career. Unfortunately, many students don't know their own history, and these topics are meant to be uncomfortable, and we need the right to our own history. By not voting in this course, you are silencing history. Please follow the path laid by all the teachers who have courageously fought for the course. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Enzo, followed by Oliver.
Hi, I'm Enzo. I'm a 9th grader at Gunn, and I was not lucky enough to take ethnic studies. I'm here to speak in favor of it because I think the self-advocation that they're doing and the activism they're doing is so important. I think it's amazing that they're going out into the public, learning, and making real change to the communities that matter to them. I think that some of the class projects they did were amazing, and I think that we need to continue encouraging this change in future years. That's why I think it should be made a graduation requirement. I also don't think it's fair to all the teachers who put in so much effort and work into making this such a great class to not make it a graduation requirement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Oliver, followed by Caitlin.
Hi, my name is Oliver Chancellor, and I'm a co-founder and co-president of the Social Justice Club here at PAEA. I'm also part of the Social Justice Pathway, just like my brother was. For his Advanced Authentic Research project during his senior year, he examined the experiences of Black students at PAEA. He surveyed every Black student on campus and created a video where they shared examples of racism they'd faced, in and out of the classroom. He believed his non-Black peers, who stood silently when he was called the N-word and told to go back to his plantation, simply did not understand. His goal was to share the video with classmates, hoping it would reduce racist incidents and encourage bystanders to become upstanders. Instead, he was forced to sign a form promising never to show the video to any fellow students. And his final written project is missing from the AAR website that displays everyone else's work. This is just one of many examples of our voices being oppressed and racism being swept under the rug within our district. The time for our voices to be heard is now. Side with us, not Moms for Liberty. Vote yes on ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Caitlin, followed by Micah.
Hi, I'm Caitlin, and I have been lucky enough to be part of the social justice pathway at PAEA over the past 3 years, with a history teacher so passionate to teach these topics and this curriculum that focuses on people who look like and reflect me. This is a curriculum for everyone's education, and it shouldn't be something that people should have to opt into. I hope that you can all think about the future of this district and vote to approve ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. We have Micah and then Alec.
Hi, I'm Micah Rege. I'm a senior here at PAEA, SJP member, and vice president of our Black Student Union. In my time in this district, I've experienced many different counts of racism and brutality, which forced me to transfer schools my freshman year. I firmly believe that it is necessary for ethnic studies to be a required course for the 9th graders to come to prevent experiences like mine from reoccurring. Although the class topics may be uncomfortable for some to hear, it is a daily reality for others. I insist you vote yes to ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Alec, followed by Maya.
My name is Alec Bernard. I'm a senior at Palo Alto High School, the president of BSU, and an editor-in-chief of the Campanile. I'm aware that many against ethnic studies are concerned that it will pit students against each other based on their race. However, this class isn't meant to antagonize anybody. This is where our trust in our valued teachers comes in. This class is meant to teach students the skills that will let them empathize with each other and prevent ignorant, and racist remarks that many of my peers have suffered. What's more uncomfortable than students acknowledging that the demographic they are a part of have historically been oppressors or oppressed is experiencing the racism that I, like many other Black students, have experienced. Thank you.
And now we have Maya. Oh, sorry, now I got this, then the last one is the final student, and now we're going to be alternating between adults in person and on Zoom. Start with Maya in person.
It's hard to sit there today.
Could you lean close to the mic? We'll start your time over.
Okay. It's hard for you to sit there today and know why you were elected. What did the majority who elected you ask you to do? And sit here and listen to activists and staff begging you to do differently. You have several options. You can decide to go all extreme and mandate it. You can decide to approve it as an elective, so all the activists can still take it, but it won't be mandatory for everyone. And you can decide to go all the way with your conscience. Remember what you promised. Remember what's happening here today. It's a special meeting. People didn't know about it in advance. Only the activists knew, so that's why we're hearing and seeing so much of this. Are you going to respect that and not ignore that majority who elected you? This is my question for you.
Thank you. I just want to double check before I continue on. Did I miss any student? And did you fill out a speaker card? Okay. Okay, so let me see, it could just, can you just tell me the name? Christian. Thank you, sorry, I don't see it here.
I'm Christian Sala, Pali Senior and co-president of the Social Justice Club. I urge you to approve the Ethnic Studies requirement. PAUSD has the reputation of providing high-quality education to its students, and the Ethnic Studies course represents an opportunity to lead in this area as opposed to falling behind. Other schools at the high school and college level have successfully implemented similar programs, and there is no reason to think we are incapable of doing the same. Feedback of the pilot course has been overwhelmingly positive. As with all courses, there will be opportunities to refine the material over time. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Please implement the Ethnic Studies course without delay. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Now, we have Kung Chu in over Zoom. Oh, in person? Okay, then I think the next Zoom is Seeming Lee. Okay.
Can I come in?
For what?
For this speech?
Why?
It's me.
Why?
Yeah, I have yes.
Okay, it's fine.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't, okay, I'll let Dr.
It's your decision, but what I am going to say, the form is not broken. The form only had an online option because you had to be inside today to fill out the in-person. So it may feel different, but it is not broken. That was done to avoid the confusion. So, but it's still your call now.
Okay. Since you are here, you can speak.
So it's good that to have it as
Pull that mic down, please.
okay. We understand it's a good class, but why here we discuss is should it be a required class? I think we should give option for others not in the class to now choose it. And like in other districts, it's already proven that it divides the community instead of really having us together. And there is a huge risk and lots of lawsuits around that in other districts. So if we approve that today, as parents, for me, I don't want our kids to be like tester to see if they are divided by the community. And also, if we really approve that today, I think we should be prepared maybe to be sued someday as well as other districts. Yeah, so we really need to be very serious on this topic. It's required
you.
class, not talk about elective.
Next, we have Tilly Bannett on Zoom. Okay, sorry. Yeah, but then I have to do one on Zoom, I think. Okay, Sarah Cornwell on Zoom? Okay.
Good evening. I'm the current president of the the Palo Alto Council of PTAs. I would like to read an excerpt from the State of California's PTA statement in support of ethnic studies statewide. The State of California, PTA, supports this bill in order to provide the most comprehensive and diversified education possible for all children. Specifically, California State PTA supports the curriculum that develops awareness and appreciation of cultural diversity designed to help students to develop personal worth and confidence in one's own ability. The State of California PTA is a nonprofit organization founded in 1902 and has the mission of positively impacting the lives of all children and families. I ask that you please give this endorsement the way it so justly deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Margarita Mendez in person.
Good evening. My name is Margarita Mendez, and I'm a teacher at Ellen Fletcher Middle School, and I've been teaching in Palo Alto since 2002, and my 2 boys went to school here. I support the Ethnic Studies course. The development of this course was fully transparent with many opportunities for the community to give input. This fall, I spent multiple Saturdays knocking doors for the 3 new board members who espouse listening to teachers. When I door knocked, I told the citizens of Palo Alto that I was a teacher and that teachers supported you. I convinced many of my colleagues to door knock with me. We believed you, and now I am trusting you to keep your word. Stand with the teachers and the students and approve the Ethnic Studies course as a graduation requirement. I'd like to end with a quote from Dolores Huerta, Chicana activist and co-founder of the UFW. It is much more important to teach students that other people besides themselves are important. Ethnic Studies in Palo Alto as a graduation requirement.
Thank
Sí
you
se puede.
so much. And Edith Cohen? No, in person. Okay, then on Zoom, sorry. Samson Shen on. Okay. So then if you are here in person, I will alternate, I will still alternate. If you are here in person, I will follow the order and I will alternate between. What is the?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Alternate between the cards and the form. So I think the next one should be in person, right? So Kanju's card is next, and then form.
Okay. So, and just as a reminder, at 6:42, we will be at the 30-minute mark. I'm just giving that reminder. So for in-person, then we did Margarita. So then we have Kung Shu in person.
Thank you, the board. I have a, story and a recommendation. So when I took Asian American history in college, I learned about the prejudices like the Chinese Exclusion Act, but also the triumphs of Asian scientists, teachers, civil rights leaders, and the support that we got from all other races. This was really inspiring. In contrast, I grew up 2 hours away from the site of the Nanjing Massacre, where the Japanese Imperial Army slaughtered 200,000 of my people in a week. My early education as a result instilled a very strong sense of victimhood, and this is true for many of my classmates as well. I've seen the crippling effect this has had on our psyche over the years. So here lies a problem I see in this proposal. They only emphasize on the ethnicity-based oppression and being oppressed. I would really like to see a class where the students learn not only about their prejudices, but also their power and agency. So our students identify not as victims and oppressors, but builders and dreamers of this country. I believe our students and teachers really mean well, and I would like to work together with them towards a constructive ethnic studies course that could become graduation requirement one day. Thank you.
So now we will go to Zoom. Is Samson Shen on Zoom? Yes, okay, so this is Samson Shen on Zoom.
Board, you were called chickens that you fell for a misinformation campaign. Why? Because the district deferred making ethnic studies a requirement. Ethnic studies, however, deserve a serious conversation. Racism here is very real, but if the proponents use guilt-tripping, manipulation, and name-calling, it unfairly politicizes the issue. Second, why absent a state mandate must students take the course? There are other electives that are important as well because of our own lived experience. For example, my family twice moved to different countries and started over because of communism in Asia. If our kids and others want to take the world history course instead and learn how communism affected their family, why are people taking away an elective slot from them and demonizing them along the way? Is our experience invalid? Third, this is the 2019 catalog that I'm holding from Gunn. Page 35, Ethnic Studies. It's been available for at least 6 years. Every student can take it already today. So why force it on everyone else?
Thank you. We now have Linda Hennigan in person.
Thank you very much. Good evening, board members and staff and teachers and students. This is a hard vote for you. 3 of you campaigned with the promise that you would pause ethnic studies. You made that promise before you had seen any part of that course or knew much about the process followed to develop it. I'd hazard to guess that you didn't attend the parent input sessions or info sessions, though I may be wrong. Now you are elected board members who've met with the teachers, seen the lesson plans and course material, and you've just seen the presentation by the teachers and students, which is off the charts positive. I mean, these kids are making me cry. You have to decide, are you going to vote based on your campaign promises, make your parent supporters happy, while going against the teachers who supported you? The information you've learned here, once you got on the board and in this room, to vote based on what you've seen tonight. The choice is yours.
Thank
we
you.
await your decision.
Next one I would go to is Isaac on Zoom. Okay, let me go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Here are actual quotes from resources in the pilot curriculum. On community building, a video teaches those in power are violently opposed to our freedom. Regarding civic engagement, one resource says, the oppressors who oppress, exploit, and rape by virtue of their power cannot liberate either the oppressed or themselves. On identity, a video teaches that among the Sambia of the eastern highlands of Papua New Guinea, young boys perform oral sex on and ingest the semen of older men as part of a rite of passage of adulthood. The PAEA consultant that developed this curriculum says on their website, defund the police. For those of you don't know this, we all know where the slogan came from, but it hasn't aged well. Over a dozen cities in the US cut their police budgets after the 2020 BLM protests, only to reverse course shortly thereafter. Most Americans and their leaders want to move past the divisiveness that sowed unrest in our society. Why?
Thank you. we now have Edith Cohen. And let's please refrain from any remarks, if possible, after people speak. Thank you.
Hello. So I'm asking you to not make
Ms. Cohen, can you put the mic down? We'll start your time again.
Okay. So I'm asking you not to make this divisive course a graduation requirement. Vet it for balance and factuality and value before even offering it as an elective. The goal is what we all want, an inclusive and respectful environment where all students can thrive. But ethnic studies in its current form across the state have been used as a Trojan horse to inject hate into the community, achieving the exact opposite. And we need guardrails in place so it doesn't happen here. The majority of our students belong to minorities that were at the receiving end of ethnic, racial, or religious-based hate. But our students are individuals and should be treated as such and empowered as individuals. They would benefit from learning how the atrocities of slavery, the Holocaust, Islamic terrorism, and oppressive regimes were made possible, and learn how well-meaning youth can be indoctrinated to commit the unthinkable while believing they are doing good. But, and I do believe that a well-implemented elective.
Thank you. And you can email any more comments to board@pausd.org. And do we have Robin Morris on Zoom? Okay.
Good evening. Okay, so hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Sorry. We will start your timer now.
I've been listening to what's been said this evening, and there's a number of things that trouble me. A lot of people have said that there was a lot of parent input and public input. I attended all 3 of the public sessions, the last one of which was many months ago before any curriculum was released. The last 2 of them, no public input was taken. You could email in a question which may or may not have got answered on some website. But in terms of transparency and in terms of public input, there was very little. We've heard a lot from students this evening. My understanding is that the students involved this year were students who chose to be involved. I'm a statistics professor. We don't have a random sample of students. We have a very biased sample of students. We have students who wanted to take this course. And I asked the board to consider that what these students have said, while is their experience, and I value their experience, may not be the experience of all students if this is made a requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. So board, I just want to make a comment here. Our 30 minutes of public comment has expired. Our board bylaw allows for 15 more minutes of comments, and there are still a lot of people. So if everyone on the board is in agreement, let's defer discussion and allow for 15 more minutes of comments so people can be heard before we discuss. So unless anyone on the board has an objection, I'd like us to defer further discussion until after the 15 minutes more. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. So it is 6:44. We will have 15 more minutes of public comment. So now in person is Adrian Germain.
Good evening. I'm a PAUSD alumni and a parent of 4 PAUSD students and graduates. On Tuesday, I posed a simple comparison. 69 students impacted by the lack of multivariable calculus versus 2,000 HUR students in PAUSD. And I asked you to consider the board's role. When do you push to accelerate, and when do you pause to build consensus? Tonight, I also ask you to contemplate whose voices have the most weight in determining your vote tonight. Under pressure, it may be easy to give less weight to the voices of 2,000 students because you don't hear from them or their families as loudly. I ask you to think about why they might not feel comfortable. Why may they not stand up and speak out to you, reach out to you during the campaign? This is what ethnic studies is about, understanding the why in order to change it. Your votes on this course will send an important message about which students are seen, heard, and valued. Thank you.
Thank you. Now on Zoom, do we have Tilly on Zoom? Okay. On Zoom, do we have Lu Zhang? Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So first I want to acknowledge that all the passionate people who just said they love the course and feel it valuable, that's great. And the course is already there for them as elective for so many years. And they have enjoyed it. But you should also acknowledge there are a lot of people that this topic is not a passion or priority for them. And we're forcing on everyone. It's not fair to say, I like the course, so everyone should learn it. That's not fair. And I also heard points like teaching kids to be respectful and inclusive is important, but forcing everyone to take this course is not the only way, or even the best way to do it. There are plenty of other ways to promote these values. Saying that make this course optional, someone equals discrimination, is a huge stretch. Families should have the choices to decide what's best for the kids when it comes to these sensitive topics. Let's focus on building respect through options and understanding.
Thank you. And now we have in person, Ali. In person. I don't have a lot. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm a parent of a Palo student, 9th grader, Nader Ali. Palo Alto Unified needs to demonstrate support for our students and teachers by making ethnic studies a local graduation requirement. We don't need to wait for the state to act. We have the resources, the values, and the responsibility to take these steps now. Other neighboring districts across here and across California have already mandated ethnic studies. Why are we falling behind? We must trust our teachers, their expertise, and the years of hard work that has gone into this effort. Do not let politics stand in the way of education. If this class raises difficult topics and conversations, that we should be able to have those conversations in a civil manner that promotes learning and growth, which is what this class enables. My son just finished the pilot class and loved it. By the way, it was a lottery, not something he volunteered for, and thinks it was the best learning school experience he's had so far. For those concerned about parallels from this class being made to real-life events, I urge you to consider, isn't that what studying history is supposed to be? Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing in school? It's supposed to be thought-provoking. What are they so afraid of?
Next, we have Jack Yang on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Jack Yang. So I want to echo that the study that has been done, the samples are biased. As for the study body, they elect to be chosen. I mean, it's a small sample size. I would like to point that out. And then as for being able to speak, there's also feels like a lottery. I mean, it's kind of difficult to get online, and also I was trying to get in person, so I couldn't get in. So that's an experience that I have, but I would like to voice my inclusion is different than forcing. Inclusive, we would like to give the choice, the kids a choice to select what courses they would like to take. So I'm objective to making it mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicole Chu Wong in person.
First, I want to address the idea of making this an elective. That's of what ethnic studies is, but ridiculous. Is world history an elective? Is U.S. history elective? This is part of U.S. history, and that's how the teachers designed it. And so it cannot be made an elective. It also loses all its impact if it's taught just to some. It is not our history for us. It is for all of us to learn because it's part of all of our history. As disappointed as I am by some that are coming up here to speak with thinking that ethnic studies would be divisive after they just heard this conversation, which in our school district have students, parents, teachers, and the district all incredibly unifying in such a positive way around something, That is the definition of unity. It is not divisive. And it is incredibly empowering. And it is something that our students deserve. And as disappointed as I am with some points of our community, and hopefully not with any of you tonight, I am touched and incredibly moved by the brilliance of our students and their courage. Be courageous, vote yes, make it a graduation
so
requirement.
much. We have Gilly Gaholaman on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
As parents, we are alarmed by the ethnic studies program. What started with good intention of teaching diversity ended with a radical program that divides our students. This program teaches our children that the only relevant framework is race. Our children being taught an awful worldview of oppressed oppressor. In this simplistic notion, apparently Jewish people, Hindus, and Asian are apparently oppressors. This is the opposite of inclusion, the opposite of teaching our children to embrace others. Don't teach our children to see themselves as victim or to judge others based on their color, race, or religion. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Catherine Reed Bajon in person.
Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity. I am speaking to you in support of adopting the ethnic studies mandate. As the proud parent of 2 African-American children who have been in the school district since kindergarten and are now in high school, my background is African-American, Jewish, and Native American. So I'm very familiar with race and how it is structurally so important in the development of this country. For me, ethnic studies helps unite and deepen understanding of each other. And also it's very important to teach American history in a more full context because that is not currently how it's taught. And to understand the wonderful contributions that all different types of people have made to this country and not allow fear to and ignorance to stop us.
We have Hairong Zhao on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I had my original speech, but today after I actually attend the meeting physically, but I left. The thing is that the gentleman that standing at the door, and then he blocked us because I think he said the room is full, but then he let the person who wear the tag that's supporting this ethnic study enter in. So I just want to ask, what's inclusion? So if basically you only allow the people supporting this course and entering the room and blocking others, this is not inclusion. This is not this course is going to teach us. That's my point. So but the other point is that, so this course is not mandated for the state. And then we have currently, our district has a lot of pressing issues, priorities, like improving mental health, and reading, math, and all that. So to roll out this course will take away.
Thank you. We now have Dr. D in person.
Hi. Palo Alto has split meanings for me. One is through the lens of my indigeneity of my father's side, as this is the unceded territory of many Ohlone nations. The other is as the innovative hub of critical thinking from my mother's European lineage, as my grandfather was a visionary superintendent behind the Palo Alto school system. I grew up in Palo Alto, raised to value emotional intelligence, our interdependence with nature, and the knowledge that we are entrusted with everything and entitled to nothing. The truth is liberating, and these kids in this room are amazing. Ethnic studies should be required so the burden of the course correcting injustice doesn't fall solely on those who select this course. Our children are the future, and we have failed them in many ways with climate crisis, systemic racism, and now the rising of fascism. The least we can do is give them a safe space to learn, unlearn, build resilience, connect, and heal. Trust our kids, trust our teachers. Ethnic studies is not a threat.
Thank you. And again, a friendly reminder to please try to refrain from clapping after. Next, we have Helene Grossman on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I'm the mother of 2 8th graders who would be the first class subject to the new requirement. And I'd like to support the original decision to pause the requirement. So we as parents have only gained access to the course curriculum about a day ago in the board materials, and we don't need to rush on it. So in the spirit of transparency and trust, we should have an open dialogue of what we're teaching our kids before making it a requirement. So I support the teaching of history and how different marginalized groups have been treated, and we're already doing this. In elementary school, my kids learned about the treatment of Native Americans, Chinese forced labor to build the railroad. It was factual history, taught thoughtfully, and these lessons stuck with them. But from what I've reviewed of the ethnic studies curriculum, it's different. It talks of oppressors and oppressed, of circles of power and privilege, of resistance. One of the course materials was a wheel, and in the wheel, if you're white, you have power. If you're a different shade, you're marginalized. If you're cisgender, you have power, and so forth. Let's give our community time to review this. Let's keep it optional.
Thank you. We have Isa or Isaiah in person. Or Isa. Okay. Is last name Winer? Okay, then we'll go to another in person, Samaya Arfi in person.
Hello, thank you for having this meeting and for the teachers and the students to present. It was truly eye-opening and a culmination of many years of students and other people in the community advocating for such a class. Students have been speaking on the need for this class for years. Students are speaking on the need for this class today. Students from minority backgrounds have been speaking on the need for this class. Teachers have spent more than 2 years developing and advocating for this class. The ethnic studies class is one step our district can take to continue being a leader in the education field, both locally and nationally. This class can be one part of preparing our students for the challenging world that they face. Please vote yes for this class.
Thank you. We have Roy Maiden on Zoom. Is Roy there, or should I go to the next?
I can.
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Hi. So I'm lived in Palo Alto for 30 years. This is the first time I've ever spoken at a school board meeting. I've been following the debate in the state for some time, going back to all the history with the state model curriculum and what ultimately got adopted. I read the board packet and you heard the comments of the previous speaker. And from what I've seen, based on this agenda, the syllabus that's there, and some of the description that the teachers did earlier, doesn't seem to be in the spirit of the state model in terms of being inclusive. Not when you're using terms like oppressor and oppressed and power and identity. And I feel other districts, as other speakers have mentioned, have had that issue. The state clearly has a concern about it, is I believe one of the reasons why there's no funding for it, and it's not even in the budget.
Thank you.
So really,
the next speaker we have in person is Michelle H.
Thank you. The mission of public education is to raise good citizens with the knowledge and agency to participate in our pluralistic multiracial democracy. Ethnic studies furthers this mission. If passed, it will provide all students with a space where they can have difficult conversations about power and privilege, their own identities, their place in the world, all mediated by our trusted educators. Students will find their assumptions challenged, and our students who are used to feeling centred in our schools may experience moments of discomfort. That is a good thing. Your vote tonight and the words you used to justify that vote are a real-time case study in the exercise of power and privilege. It is not lost on us that this vote is being taken in the same week that so many are losing their rights in real time, along with any sense of safety and belonging. Please listen to the students. Think of the students who do not have the privilege. Thank you.
And it is now 7 o'clock, so we have finished public comment, and I would like to thank everyone for speaking today. Okay, there are 2 separate votes on the agenda today. I think it makes sense to address the requirement first, as this was addressed last year. Is there a motion to confirm ethnic studies as a graduation requirement?
So we're talking about the mandate first, and then the course approval.
I think that makes sense.
I think so too.
Is there a motion?
My understanding is if we don't do anything on the mandate, then nothing changes. That is to say, the board last year voted to impose a mandate, a graduation mandate, for the graduating class of 2029. So doing nothing means that that mandate exists. So in order to change that, I believe folks would have to move to overturn the last board's decision.
Thank you for clarifying. Do I have a motion on the table?
Sorry, can we just clarify?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so.
I want to make sure.
Yeah,
we're
no,
all
that's
crystal
fine.
clear on
So
this.
the board, previously, Mr. Durop and I were on the board, and we approved ethnic studies, and we modified board policy to reflect that ethnic studies would be required in PAUSD starting with the graduating class of 2029, so thus starting fall 2025 freshman class. So is there a motion to overturn having California ethnic studies as a PAUSD graduation requirement?
I have a clarifying question.
Okay.
I understand the second motion, I think. If the mandate is kept in place, but with the first motion, we don't approve the current curriculum, then that means we only have a very narrow window of time to meet, to then approve a curriculum, right? It puts one, if we keep with 2, it puts 1 under a lot of pressure, time pressure, correct?
So the question is
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true.
Yeah. Okay. Wow, this is very difficult. And sorry, my second clarifying question. Yes. Each of the 5 of us can vote separately on 1 and 2.
Yes, there will be 2 separate votes on the agenda today.
I just have a quick clarifying question. So if no motion is made to overturn the mandate, does the mandate just stay in place?
I think so.
Yes.
Right?
That is correct.
That's my understanding.
Yes.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, I am going to move to overturn the mandate. For the following reason, I think we should have.
Make the motion and then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you have to make the motion and then ask for a second.
Okay. I move that we overturn the mandate or overturn the prior board decision to make ethnic studies a mandate for graduation in our school district.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Before we vote, are we?
That's up, now that motion's up, now that
So
motion's up
now
for discussion.
Okay, but we
that
can't discuss it.
motion
We're not voting it.
is up for discussion. I just want to clarify, I'm also, this is my, I just finished 2 years on the board, just became president. So that motion is now up for discussion.
Okay.
I suppose it makes sense for him to go first.
So yes.
Can we move the podium so we can see everybody if this is going to continue?
Dr. Austin, in terms of, okay, we're fine as is. Oh, sorry. Oh, then let's move it. Sorry. Let's move it just so that, yes, that's great.
Okay. Well, since I made this motion, I guess I'll be first to talk to it or speak to it. The reason that I made this motion is because I think it's important that we discuss this topic. You know, we do have 3 new board members on this board. This is an important issue for us to, I think, let the public know what our thoughts are. And given that the only way to do that is to actually have a motion on the table, I felt that it was important for us to do that. That being said, I want to share a couple comments. For the second time in 2 days, I'm being asked to vote on an issue that will directly affect all of our 9th grade students next year and beyond. And I'm acutely aware that no matter how I vote, I'm going to deeply disappoint a large part of our community, including people whose friendship is important to me and whose opinions I hold in the highest regard. I have heard from community members, and also I have to say, I was blown away by the presentation today. I congratulate everybody who was involved in that, and I am so grateful for that presentation. And that presentation underscored what I've heard from many community members who have emphatically urged me to vote yes on this topic, now 2 topics. And I find myself agreeing with most of what they say. For example, about how one-sided our current history classes are, about how little our students are currently learning about the experiences of historically underrepresented communities, how our students from those communities can feel so marginalized as they question why their family histories are nowhere to be found in our classrooms, how they wish we could have more challenging conversations about topics like power and privilege and structural inequity and who decides what stories should be told. I've also heard from community members with equally strong views urging me to vote no. Along with concerns about insufficient communication, which I share, I have heard concerns about ideologies that could increase a sense of division among students that could lead to fixed mindsets or scapegoating, concerns about a lack of guardrails, a widespread sense of confusion about why, if there's nothing to worry about, almost no details were shared about the course until yesterday. One thing I do know for certain is that in our community at this moment, we do not have a shared understanding of what the phrase ethnic studies course means. I think this is problematic. If I ask everyone to imagine an algebra class and the types of knowledge and skills you might be expected to learn in one, I don't expect people's ideas to differ all that much. But if I ask, maybe not the people in this room, because now we've all seen the presentation, but if I go out onto the streets of Palo Alto and start asking random people the same thing for ethnic studies, based on my conversations with people, I can tell you that the result will be completely different. Is an ethnic studies course primarily about the histories, cultures, and contributions of the African American, Chicano, or Latino American, Asian American, Pacific Islander, and Native American communities? Is it primarily about concepts like ethnicity, identity, intersectionality, power, privilege, oppression, and resistance? Is it a mix of both? The fact that two people can't currently be sure they're discussing the same conception of ethnic studies is a problem that needs to be addressed before we add a new graduation requirement, in my view. We need to develop clarity. Even when we try to be more specific, there's still confusion. For example, members of the community and members of our staff have referred to liberated ethnic studies and inclusive ethnic studies. And I'm not confident that we all know what those terms mean. In this situation, answers by staff to questions from the community can be unintentionally confusing. So if we want to move forward with adopting ethnic studies as a course for all ninth graders, and if we aren't able to rely on the state to articulate clear content and practice standards for this subject, I'm convinced that step one should be to define what Palo Alto ethnic studies looks like. Does this mean I think we should go back to the beginning? No, it definitely does not. I am quite convinced that we should move forward from here. Does it mean I think we need to take a bit more time to build trust and a shared foundation? Yes. As I did Tuesday evening, I want to thank our teachers and the entire instructional team for the 2 years of hard, thoughtful work they've put into developing and piloting this course. I regret deeply that their incredible dedication may not receive the appreciation they deserve. I am personally grateful, and I want to be clear that nothing I'm saying should be interpreted as a critique of them or their work. The purpose of my comments is not to assign blame. As I said Tuesday evening, I believe we have room to improve in our processes. We are not perfect. No person is, no organization is, no process is, no course is. I'm confident we will collectively embrace our opportunities to grow. I simply do not feel ready to assert that our ethnic studies pilot should be made a mandatory graduation requirement at this point. I also don't feel ready to approve the wide-scale adoption of our ethnic studies course. I recognize that the timing of this decision and its impacts, depending upon our other vote, may mean fewer students will have the opportunity to take this course next year, and I am very hopeful that we can find ways around that potential problem. I have more comments about the course itself, but I'm going to stop there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I would also like to make some remarks.
So now we'll have Ms. Chu.
Thank you for this opportunity to remark on this incredibly complex and yet critically important issue. Much like my colleague, Mr. Salzman, I was completely blown away by the students who came here to speak of their own lived experience in this course and also to speak about the importance of this class for our district. I believe it is imperative to have an ethnic studies class. It is deeply necessary for us as a school district, it's necessary for us as a society, and it's necessary for us simply as human beings who relate to one another in this space. Many people in this room today, and also on Tuesday, have shared their personal stories, and I hope that you will indulge me a little in being able to share mine. I identify as Asian American, so I am part of one of the affinity groups whose history is being taught in the current ethnic studies pilot. I want to say that I grew up in a school where throughout my primary and secondary education, I was the only person of color in the entire school. As I moved from lower secondary to upper secondary, it wasn't until I got to my last 4 years of high school that one other student of color was admitted to the school, whose background was Pakistani. Mine is Chinese. For the remainder of our education, we were lumped together. Secondly, I want to say that with the exception of my undergraduate studies, which were very Eurocentric, all of my postgraduate education has been under the auspices of a school in London that specifically taught through the lens of ethnic studies. The School of African and Oriental Studies, which is part of the University of London, is where I chose to study all of my postgraduate degrees, my various masters. I also spent 5 years pursuing a PhD in culture and anthropology under the social studies and ethnic studies departments. I don't say all this to boast of my academic record, but instead to emphasize the point that ethnic studies is deeply important to me personally, but it is also something that I very much believe we need as a society. Thirdly, I teach an ethnic studies class. I'll be teaching in Berkeley in less than a week. Ironically, my lecture is literally called Asian American Women and Difficult Conversations. Despite all this background, it is undeniable that I have publicly expressed, just like my colleague, Mr. Salzman, some concerns about this specific curriculum. And I would like to address some myths. I have no desire to see ethnic studies eradicated. Some words were used tonight by students like cut. Is the board going to vote to cut ethnic studies? Like Mr. Salzman, I would like to see some consideration of concerns in the community. And I am deeply concerned that this community confuses our desire to pause with eradication or cutting, which I think are very different things. My concerns about the current curriculum, and I'm not going to repeat the things that my colleagues have said, or indeed community members have said, but very briefly, they can be grouped under concerns about the process, transparency, consultation with the community. I'm aware that views differ on how well we consulted with the community. I also want to point out that I am concerned about the window of time, where for a long time requests were made for the curriculum, and that I myself have only been spending the last 48 hours able to study it. My other concerns are rooted around content. In my view, the current framework is rooted in ideological education and absent, rather, of some context. In the ethnic studies class that I teach, I also directly teach about power and privilege, and oppressor and oppressed, but it is very much rooted in the story of my lived experience. And I think without rooting ideological frameworks in deep context, we run the risk of, as some parents have pointed out, creating situations that are overly simplistic and having students identify themselves as oppressor or oppressed simply by the color of their skin, as opposed to taking a more nuanced approach to this complex issue. In summary, I would say I'm very much in support of the many people in this room who have eloquently and passionately argued about the importance of this course. As someone of Asian heritage who is both a student and a teacher of ethnic studies, I can't re-emphasize this point enough. However, in the current context, I ask for grace and tolerance to give this current board, the majority of which is still very new to their positions, the opportunity to consider a balanced and nuanced way to implement this deeply important class. This decision mustn't be misinterpreted as a death knell for this course. As I understand it, students will still have the opportunity to continue this as an elective. I also don't want my opinion to be misinterpreted to believe that I don't believe
Yeah,
that
we will,
ultimately...
sorry, hold on, we can't have people speaking in, we can't have people interrupting from the audience, but please know that all board members will have an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
This doesn't mean that I don't consider it important enough to ultimately become a graduation requirement. But like Mr. Salzman, I ask for a pause of time so that all voices can be considered. Earlier this evening, one of the very impassioned students who spoke used this line: "Don't be misled, don't listen to parents who are afraid." And that student went on to talk about empathy and tolerance and inclusion. If we don't include all voices in the room and we don't listen to parents who are afraid, how can we say that we are being inclusive and tolerant? If a sector of our community feels fear about this course, even if I am not a member of that particular sector, I still feel that their fear should be considered and taken extremely seriously. In conclusion, I urge this district and this community really to take the time to implement this course because it is so important, not because I wish to eradicate or cut it, but because it is so deeply important to me personally and to us as a society. I urge that we take the time to do this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Ms. Comhigh?
Thank you. So I want to say three things. I want to talk about values, I want to talk about content, and I want to talk about procedure. And in talking first about values, to all the students and the community members who stood up and who spoke in support of this, I hear you and I thank you. For those who said, I want my history taught in school, I hear you and I thank you. For the teachers who put all of this work into it, I thank you. And for all of the community members who are here, whether in person, my understanding is many people are still waiting outside, or on Zoom, I thank you for being invested in this. I believe ethnic studies is a very important and critical class. I also think it is important to do it right. I work in an immigrants' rights nonprofit that approaches immigration law through a racial justice lens. I work every day to try to increase access to services for low-income communities of color. I understand how transformative these conversations can be. I used to work at the National Conference of Christians and Jews, which is now the National Conference of Community and Justice, where we took high school kids of different races, different religions, and ran a camp, and we talked about identity and race and how we experience the world differently based on how we are perceived by others. I believe in talking about hard things. But I've also been in classes and sessions that are not done well, and the cost is very high. People come out more divided, more angry, more confused, and an opportunity is missed. I believe we have to be very transparent about what we are teaching, provide opportunity for meaningful feedback, and not push through classes that make people and communities, including communities of color, feel unsafe, targeted, or disrespected. Let me be clear, I have no problem with things that make us feel uncomfortable, but the feedback that I have heard from members of our community around this class goes beyond the useful instructional value of some discomfort. I want to talk about content right now. There's a perception that there are just a few loud voices against the ethnic studies course as it's currently designed, and that's not true. I have received actually thousands of emails, but many emails and conversations pleading for us to oppose the course as is. Most of these people are not opposed to ethnic studies as a concept, but they oppose this course for many reasons. I'll just give a couple. One, some are from minority groups and dislike how their minority group is presented. Two, some object to the attitudes taken towards political violence in the course. Three, some object to the general ideological bent of the course, and there is one. Four, some people don't have any objection other than wanting full transparency, not because they don't want this taught, but because they, as parents, want to be prepared for what their kids come home talking about so they can fill in the gaps, because there will be gaps. And again, these people and I want an ethnic studies course, but they and I feel that we should not approve this particular course without further review and community input. I mentioned one other thing, but beyond community feedback, I've also discussed the course content with a number of experts on race, social structures, DEI generally, and received outreach from others. And they've raised legitimate concerns about some of the materials and scholarly approach of the course. For example, there was concern of the validity of what is being taught in the violent, nonviolent resistance weeks and the extent to which it is informed by the best and most relevant research. So procedurally, there's a lot of movement at the state level on this. We still don't know if this is required or mandated by the state. We still don't know whether this is funded by the state. To me, that means there is no rush and we have time to work on this to make sure it can be the best course that it can be for our students. I don't think we have to rush into this. And so I make a motion to defer decision until we have clarity from the state and direct the superintendent to
We have a motion on the table.
Can I amend it? Make an amendment to, now can I, okay, I make an amendment to the motion on the table to defer the decision on this until we have clarity from the state about whether we then already have a mandate from the state and will work within those guidelines or impose our own, and to direct the superintendent to monitor the situation at the state level and advise agenda setting committee when appropriate.
I second.
Okay. The amendment is now on the table. Goes first.
So we discussed the amendment, which is basically amending to change the motion to a motion to defer. So now we discuss that piece of it.
Okay. Do you? I have many words, but I'm holding them in.
Can I just ask a clarifying
Of
question?
course,
So
yes,
the
yes.
current amendment motion, can you just repeat it so make sure everyone understands?
Yes. I think we'll have Ms. Comhigh do it because I
Sure,
was
I'm
not
amending
prepared.
the motion on the table to defer decision until we have clarity from the state about what is required and direct the superintendent to advise the agenda setting committee as appropriate.
And then just a follow-up question. When will the state make that decision?
It is unknown. Okay. We need to keep, in order for us to be able to talk, so.
Are we allowed to correct some things
so
that
no,
you've
but
mentioned here?
I think.
Are we allowed to correct? Because there's a lot of stuff you said
Okay.
that's really
So what I will do,
amazingly
I have
wrong.
a lot of words. Yeah.
I mean, it's
So,
like,
yeah.
have you guys come to our classes? This is the first time I've met you guys. You've
yeah.
never come to our classrooms to talk
what
about
I'm-
this stuff. Unbelievable.
So what I would like to do is to ask. 'cause
Your
I'm-
education degrees, wow, that's great.
I won't be able to run this meeting. I won't be able to talk. We won't be able to finish. But what I would like to do before I have some words is I do think it is important so I can ask some clarifying questions. And I'm asking these questions based on what I heard. These are not my questions. I just want to clarify, but I want to give time to ask a question. So if it is deferred, is there an elective ethnic studies course as stated by a board member? I'm just asking the question because it was stated.
There's an elective that it's called Ethnic Studies, and it's available to juniors and seniors. Mostly seniors take it. PALI's been running Ethnic Studies for the last 9 years, but it is not the same class at all. The course that we designed is completely different. It's for freshmen. We designed it with that in mind. So, yeah, that statement, Ms. Chu, was not really accurate.
Okay. Another question, just based, I'm asking these questions to get clarity. Yeah. If it is deferred, would Gunn High School even have the elective?
Well, we've had the elective in our course catalog, I think somebody referenced, since at least 2019. Students have difficulty, even those that are passionately interested in it, fitting a one-semester course into their overall course load, which is why we specifically designed a course and spent 2 years at the direction of the board putting together a class that we felt is appropriate for all ninth graders to take, not just those that opt in. So yes, the course would still be in the course catalog, whether it runs, that's up to the students.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question.
Can I
but
ask
you
a
go first.
follow-up question to that?
I'd like to ask a follow-up.
Just to clarify, I know a lot of students have been questioning the graduation requirements. I just want to make sure that it is clear that ethnic studies, it will not be an additional course like living skills, but implemented into the ninth grade world history course, right?
Yeah, yes, exactly that. That was the world history redesign is such that, so the requirement would go from 3 semesters of world history down to 2.
Okay, so students will not have to worry about ethnic studies taking a elective or like as another slot for classes, right?
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
May I ask the staff a question also?
Yes, I think so, just because it is fine, and I want everything to, I just want to make sure that everything is clear and accurate, so yes.
I'm going to direct my comments to Ms. Sano. First of all, I want to apologize if I am factually inaccurate. However, I did say that ethnic studies is available as an elective to high school students. I didn't specify which year. However, I do have a question on that. Is it possible then to make the current course that you have spent all this time developing available as an elective for ninth graders?
No, that doesn't fit into...
I please ask that we let our teachers answer the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's not possible. There isn't room for freshmen to take an elective.
So they can't elect to do 2 terms of world history and then elective studies, or ethnic studies, or 3 semesters of world history.
I'm sorry, I'm confused about
So could they elect, if they could do a double track, right? They could take 2 semesters of world history followed by ethnic studies as you have been teaching it, or 3 semesters of world history. Could that be a possibility is what I'm asking.
Can I chime in the sense that it's possible to redesign the ninth grade course offerings, but that's what it would involve, because right now one of the period lines for students in ninth grade is the 1-year world history. In 10th grade, it's a semester of contemporary world history and a semester of government.
Right.
So to put out there an offering of a 1-semester course for students to take in ninth grade, it just isn't going to fit in because they've got a year-long math class, a year-long
But you did this for the 20 students who just took the pilot, so I'm just asking, can that continue?
And they're also piloting our redesign of the world history curriculum.
Right, but
so it'd be difficult for some to do that and some not to do that in the structure that we have.
How did the pilot year work? If the pilot year did work, so would that not be possible to offer for next year as an elective, like as a route for some ninth graders who choose to do that?
Well, practically, no, because it's going to require some sort of matching of teachers to do that, and then students, and then somehow configuring that for 10th grade, managing to continue that into the 10th grade, right, which is not really good.
Sorry, I'm going to butt in. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Ariane Toomey, and I'm one of the pilot teachers at Gunn High School. One of the things I would like you to consider in, this idea of tracking perhaps, 2 different, like 9th grade world curriculum, is that in addition to PE, world history or social studies is the only place that is not laned. And that is one of the reasons why I love to teach 9th grade, because every student is in the classroom and every student gets to have conversations with each other. If we introduce a laning process, which would basically be the proposition, then you are cutting a place in school where every student gets to be with each other in an equal environment, having conversations about social, political, and economic issues, whether it be in world history or ethnic studies. So it's something to consider about the type of education that we are giving our students.
I think that's absolutely fair, and thanks for raising that point. I just briefly would like to address the room. I would just ask, I asked in my speech for grace and tolerance. The majority of this board is new. I'm also a human being. I may not be factually accurate on every single thing I say up here. I am in a new position, and I am doing my best to find out as much as possible. I worked till 5 a.m. every night this week to read about BioH and ethnic studies. And again, I don't say this as a boast, but rather to say, please have grace and tolerance for those of us who are human, who are genuinely trying to make an effort to change our minds or to be open to new ideas. That is why I'm asking these questions. I might look very foolish. I might be saying completely impractical things, but I'm trying to learn both from the community members who have spoken in this room and the teachers. This class is about openness and tolerance and the ability to learn about, to move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. And so I would personally ask that this room is tolerant of me as I move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset about ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one clarifying question
of
related?
course, of
So
course.
just to make sure I'm clear about this, basically what I'm understanding is that this is an all or nothing proposition. Like the only real way that you see to move forward with offering what's been developed so far next year is to do it all the way.
Yes, that's what we've been planning for the last 2.5 years, so yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We had the support of the board last year, so yes, we've been going full steam ever since.
Okay.
And the district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I also just want to say no one has voted at this time. We are having a discussion, so I will share my thoughts. At the September 12th, 2023 board meeting, Dr. Austin asked the board one question. Would you like to start the graduation requirement for ethnic studies in 2030 that is required by AB 101, or implement it in 2029 or in 2028? The recommendation from the Ethnic Studies Committee, which included Dr. Lopez and social studies teachers at Gunn and Pally, was to wait until 2029 so that the district could implement the course as soon as possible while still granting time to collect student and community input. I agreed with the Ethnic Studies Committee, and I gave direction to pause ethnic studies. In fact, all 5 board members gave direction to pause ethnic studies, to give additional time for the committee to collect student and parent input, to get input from our reading specialist, EL specialist, and ED services specialist, to provide additional time for our teachers to receive significant training, and to allow time for our teachers to pilot the course, to ensure that the course meets the needs of all of our students and is done in a manner in which students will feel safe and respected. On that day, the board demonstrated clear support for ethnic studies, and also on that day directed to pause with the confidence that the course would be implemented in fall of 2025. At the October 10th, 2023 school board meeting, the board unanimously approved Board Policy 6000, Code 6146.1, which is now modified to include that beginning with the 2029-30 school year, a one-semester course in ethnic studies shall be met in grades 9 through 12 before a student is eligible for graduation. Since that day, the committee upheld its charge. On October 18th, 2023, there was a Pally student input session. On October 20th, 2023, there was a Gunn student input session. On October 25, 2023, there was a community input session 1. On December 12th, 2023, board information item. January 30th, 2024, community input session 2. March 26, 2024, ethnic studies course board update. April 9th, 2024, community input session 3. At the March 26, 2024 board meeting, I said the following words after the Ethnic Studies Board update presentation. I went back and watched the meeting. Thank you, Dr. Lopez, instructional leads, and teachers for your time, dedication, passion, courage, and commitment to ethnic studies and to the education of our students. I'm excited that the course is using case studies, essential questions, and skills as the foundation, as they promote active engagement and in-depth, nuanced explorations into the material and foster critical thinking. This committee has been working and collaborating for over a year, and I am proud and grateful that PAUSD is implementing ethnic studies before the required deadline. I want to reiterate my thanks, gratitude, and trust in our teachers. These teachers are choosing to do extra work in addition to their daily teaching, lesson planning, and grading. I know from firsthand experience the amount of time and dedication it takes to create curriculum, and again, I express my thanks and gratitude. I am confident this course will create a stronger sense of belonging in our classrooms and schools, so that Orwell's quote from 1984, "Ignorance is strength," will not have place in our schools. And now we have today. We have student feedback from the pilot, which includes, if I could speak to the PAUSD Board of Education about the pilot and my experience, I would tell them that the course really helped me understand important topics and see things from different perspectives. I liked the freedom to choose topics that interested me. Overall, it was a great learning experience that helped me grow academically and personally. I would tell the PAUSD Board of Education that ethnic studies are really valuable and should continue. These teachers want to think critically about history, culture, and current events while improving my research and writing skills. It creates a safe space to discuss important social issues and reflect on identity and diversity. The flexibility to choose topics made learning engaging and personal. I learned more about different ethnicities and how they were discriminated against in the United States. I was made more aware of racial injustice. I do feel the class was a comfortable place. My teachers made sure of it. Ideas were respected and everyone had the chance to share. The class environment was good. It was inclusive and respectful of diverse opinions and backgrounds. My takeaways are that while resistance and resilience have been happening for hundreds of years, systems of oppression are still in place, and we all need to do our part to help dismantle them and form a more equitable society. So for me today to vote yes on the motion to overturn the board's action to require ethnic studies as a graduation requirement, after reading each and every student response, all of which were, by the way, every single one were positive. When this curriculum, which is modeled around the most current model curriculum created by the state, when you, the Ethnic Studies Committee, followed the board's direction, would mean that I directed staff to implement ethnic studies in the fall of '25, and I took action to modify board policy solely because ethnic studies was a mandate from the state. My support for ethnic studies at that time was not contingent upon funding or mandates, and my support today remains unwavering. I recognize and empathize with concerns people have raised, but to pause again, would mean for me dismissing the Panorama survey results presented last February. That showed Black, Hispanic, students with disabilities, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students rated challenging feelings less favorably than their peers. It would mean to dismiss, in this survey, Black students perceive the environment as less favorable than the average on each and every measure. African Americans and Pacific Islanders rated cultural awareness and diversity and inclusion less favorably than the average. Black students rated school climate less favorably than all other groups. Native and Pacific Islander students rated safety less favorably than all other groups. Students who describe themselves as non-binary or gender non-conforming rated nearly all well-being measures less favorably than their peers. Delaying, again, the implementation of ethnic studies would result in yet another freshman class being deprived of the critical tools to understand systemic inequities and systemic racism. Progress in education, transformative changes, and changing systems have always faced resistance. School integration and Title IX were met with opposition. Change is hard, and yet, PAUSD, we could be a leader and show the state that we are not implementing ethnic studies because Governor Newsom mandated the course, but because we will lead with courage and fulfill our promise that is on our website to promote educational policies, practices, and programs, as well as attitudes, beliefs, and values that reflect explicit efforts to reduce disparities that flow along the lines of race and ethnicities, disability, and socioeconomic status. That is our promise that we as a district have created. We must uphold that promise. So teachers, I want to say these words. You did it right. I just want to make sure you know it. You did it right. You did it well. So with that, there is time. We have time right now. We have time to have a discussion. So I ask my colleagues here today to please consider voting no on this motion. So with that, I will continue the conversation.
I'm going to make a point of order and suck the air out of the room for a second, but I have comments on the substance afterwards. We should vote on the amendment so that we can discuss the motion, which I have comments on. Does that make sense? We need to vote on the amendment, which is on the table, so that we can discuss substantively on the motion to whether or not to defer.
So we're just voting that it's on the table.
We're just voting to amend the motion so that we can discuss the motion.
We are not voting on yes or no on the motion.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Okay,
We're voting
then
on
let's
the
do
amendment.
that. Thank you.
Can I first make a comment on the amendment put on the table?
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit worried about the amendment as it's saying that until California, the state government makes a decision. And in my opinion, I'm just worried of there's no clear timeline. So if the amendment is approved and we wait until the state of education from the state makes a decision, then that could mean the next action that we take can be anywhere from 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years. To never, which makes me personally a little bit worried about the implications that this amendment holds.
I think Ms. Fan raises a really good point. And so one of our options,
Let's get the,
you can withdraw it, right? I was just going to say an option would be to withdraw it if we agree with this point, right?
We can just vote no, and then someone can put another amendment on the table.
Okay.
Okay. All in favor to have the amended motion on the table? No. Oh, sorry, student board member preferential vote.
No.
Nay.
Colleagues, Ms. Chu. I'm doing a roll call just for this meeting.
And no means no to the amendment, but then you can offer your own amendment.
Yes, we're just, the amendment that was put on the table by Ms. Comhigh.
I would prefer not to go first, not because I'm undecided. I just want some time to think, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I vote no.
I vote no.
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 Amendment fails.
Oh, amendment fails.
There you go.
Okay, so we have the original motion on the table right now, which was Mr. Solisman's motion to overturn the prior board's mandate. Somebody else can amend again if they wanted to.
Okay, so now we go back to...
So that motion is on the table, Mr. Durrell.
Is on the table now. If no one amends, 2 is on the table now.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the current motion is now back to the original motion.
Yes, which is to the motion that was put on the table by, who put the motion?
Mr. Salzman.
By Mr. Salzman. The motion that was put on the table by Mr. Salzman is to overturn the board's action, and the board's action was to require California ethnic studies as part of PAUSD graduation requirement. So that is what is now, that motion is now on the table to discuss.
And can I ask a clarifying question? Is what we're overturning, I think what we're getting caught up here and what I'm hearing some reactions to is that the worry that the timeline is never, which I agree with, and which is why I also voted no. I think what I want to clarify again is that I think ethnic studies is very important. But I do think that we have some time for more review and input. What I want to make sure I understand about the motion on the table is that to overturn the motion that it is required as of a certain timeline, or that it is required?
Because I was on the board with Mr. Drop at the time, And we took action to put into place board policy. I forget the number, but I said it before. And the board policy, which is that PAUSD requires a one-semester course in ethnic studies for the graduating class of 2029, with the indication, as we talked about in all those meetings that I mentioned, it would start in the fall of 2025 after 24. So those were all the steps we followed, which we've been discussing for years.
And then just another clarifying question.
Of course.
If this current motion that's on the table, the current motion to overturn the graduation requirement is approved, then what, how does the timeline come into consideration? Because the reason we just voted down the amendment is the worry of the timeline. So if this current motion doesn't have any comments on the timeline, then what is that like?
So
What's the
my
next step for
understanding
that?
is if you overturn the motion, what will be clear tonight is that PAUSD is not requiring ethnic studies as a graduation requirement, and you are overturning board action, which we put into motion starting in 2023.
Ms. Fan, I think what you're saying or asking, or actually telling my colleagues, is that they could amend with a timeline and have that amendment on the table. Is that right?
Yes.
We should all take a class on Robert's Rules of Order from Ms. Fan.
Yeah, she's
Thank you.
She's amazing. I think that we're trying to find a middle position between never and the tight timeline that if we agree with two but don't agree with one, it gives us only a few months to find a course that the entire community feels comfortable with, which may be an impossibility anyway.
I just want to make one quick comment, just from being a high school teacher. There will never be a course in any topic in any subject where the entire community feels comfortable. I just have to say that.
Okay. While my colleagues think about the timeline that they want for an amendment to defer, I'll make some comments and then somebody can make their amendment. You know, that one of the first things that one of my former colleagues said, Todd Collins, when I joined the board, was that a policy is a promise. So we have a policy. We have a policy the board enacted, and the policy is for a mandate. And what the motion on the table right now is to overturn a board policy. And so usually when a body, and that's the right of the board, sure, when a body votes to break its promise to overturn a policy, there are usually very strong overriding reasons why that's the case. Things have changed, the circumstances are different, there's new information. What I want to hear from my colleagues who are in favor of this motion to understand what the reason is. I heard a lot of reasons about the course and sort of not having, you know, various reasons about sort of the substance of the course or the process, but what I'm really keyed in on is why overturn an existing policy.
So I think from my perspective, when the original policy was created, it gave us time. It gave us 2 years to undergo a process of developing the course, building trust, not consensus, but trust with the community, and then implementing the course. And to me, what's problematic is I think we've done one exceptionally well, and we haven't done the other part well enough. So I think we've developed what seems to be an excellent course that our students love, but I think, I'm not faulting the teachers that have been involved in this, but I don't think at this point I can say that we have built the trust that I feel we need in the community. My concern is I am uncomfortable with the idea of in service of righting wrongs and addressing inequity and trying to heal wounds, the idea that we are going to potentially alienate another large portion of our community, to me feels problematic and so is for us to keep moving this forward while also buying us a little bit more time to try to correct what I think of as a process issue from the standpoint of the trust building.
Are there specific, so I heard that the course is great, which I think so too.
I mean, let me just say,
yeah.
I'm not saying that I'm comfortable with everything in the course.
Okay.
And it's not my job to be.
Okay.
I'm not setting that as a bar. I don't think that it should be, I don't think I should have to be comfortable with everything that's in the course, so I just want to make sure everybody understands that. I'm not trying to say, you know, you guys are making me uncomfortable, so I don't think we should do this. That's not what I'm saying at all. And again, I do believe very strongly that having an ethnic studies course is a critical thing for us to do, and I hope that it will be a requirement. My concern is really more about the current mismatch, I guess, between the level of trust that I feel we currently have built with the community and the part of the rollout process that we find ourselves in. And given that the state has basically changed its status with regard to the mandate, that gives us some time so that we can continue to move forward. We won't be in any sort of violation of any other mandate. And we can move toward what our ultimate goal is, while at the same time trying, like I said, to bring people together.
Is there any information our teachers could give us, colleagues who would like to overturn the mandate, that would influence your decision or change your mind, or should we not waste the time?
Because this is a time, like any questions that you have, and this includes, and I respect all questions, but this is a great time to ask questions because maybe there's confusion or misunderstanding, and this would be the great time.
You know, this is the meeting. This is not a public meeting. It's the meeting of the board that's open to the public. So we are here with these great resources and staff members who have all the information that we want. And I heard a lot. I heard a lot of things that that it seemed to me that if were answered, my colleagues said at least they'd feel comfortable with moving forward. You know, there were questions about you pick out someone on the street and they don't know what ethnic studies is. I think we can ask our teachers. I mean, I assume that's the purpose of the course, is to answer the question. But because you're here, I imagine you can give us an answer to that question, and then the community will have an answer to that question because it is now a public answer to a question. And this is where we're supposed to do the work. So I understand that folks have come in with sort of pre-scripted, you know, introductory remarks about what they feel based on talking to folks who've written them, and that's great. I would hope that my colleagues are, like Ms. Chu said, growth mindset and open to hearing the answers to the questions they've posed rather than sort of treating it like, you know, a speech. I mean, that's just my opinion, and I'm just one person, but I'll ask you, because it was a question, how would you define for folks who may not understand what this course is about, what is ethnic studies? What is California ethnic studies?
Hi, thank you for the question. I think when we look to ethnic studies, it's really to highlight the experiences of the 4 disciplines that were highlighted. We start with our first unit is what is ethnic studies? And one of the things that we do in every unit is we co-construct meaning with students. So we present information and then we ask questions and we answer them in a discussion style. So it's, you know, not an ideology, you know, perspective. It's really about having a conversation around these topics. And what we do is we look at the experiences that are centered in the disciplines of African American, Asian Pacific Islander, Latina, and Native Americans. And we look at the history, and then we ask questions, and we answer them together. And because it is something that is co-constructed, and we talk about it, and everybody in an ethnic studies class brings in their own perspective and their own knowledge, and so we highlight that as part of the conversation. Do you want to add anything?
I have a question.
Yes. Maskell.
I'm waiting for them to, okay, they're done, okay. I also have a question for the teachers. Before I start, I should say, I was challenged as to why I didn't come into the classroom. I want to say personally, I have not felt very safe in this room. I do not feel safe up on this dais. I am attempting to maintain an open mindset, but the feedback that I've had from the community so far has made me feel very unsafe. I have felt very unsafe in this meeting. So I will attempt to be constructive and ask questions with an open mindset. One of the things I would like to ask is, the community has expressed concerns about why it took so long to release a curriculum that they could openly see. Many people have expressed a concern about the fact that we only had 48 hours. You know, I myself have been spending the last 48 hours reading what was sent through. I also have very specific questions about the curriculum that was sent to us. I'm sorry to say, whilst I'm sure you have an excellent course and the students all say so, I did find your materials difficult to navigate around. I couldn't open some of the links. It wasn't clear to me the precise roadmap that a class would follow. I'm sorry to say I felt was not clear to me. I would like to say again that I teach ethnic studies classes. I have my own set of slides and links which I send students ahead of my class. And so I was confused about how to find my way around the curriculum. In some PowerPoints, there were still placeholders rather than actual content. Could you, with a very open mind and heart, talk to me about why that was the case?
Sure, I can comment on that. And Guillermo, do you want to go first, or do you want to?
Yeah, I think it's important for us, and thank you for that, for the question and the comment. I think it's important for us to, number one, give our teachers the opportunity to be able to share some of the information in the units, but also just to go back at, we have been doing ongoing community input sessions, or we had been, with that information and the units were shared, where feedback was gathered, went back to the drawing board, make adjustments based on feedback, and that's how we, moved along. But also, I think most importantly, I think it's very important for us to allow our teachers to address the document that is being referred, the sample of the units that the name of the units that we have, but also some of the information that was within those links. I think it's important for our teachers to share that, because that is really just a sample of the units, but also the material was not necessarily used within the course. It was more of a source to be able to have information, but I want them to be able to speak on that, because again, they're the experts, and this is part of the process that we had in place as a potential resource for us, for them to use during the class. But yeah, Mr. Bolanos.
Yeah, I want to address that particular question. Thank you for asking that with the curriculum. In the planning stages early on, about a couple years ago or a year ago or something like that, I can't remember now, we were looking at a whole bunch of different documents and other programs and other links, right? And that was placed in there, but it was not necessarily the curriculum we adopted. It was not the curriculum we adopted. And so that's part of the misinformation that's out there. I was actually surprised when I was listening to you, and that's why I reacted that way, and I apologize that there was things that you were saying that, oh, I didn't know, I didn't really teach that. And people are saying that about our course, which was not really what we addressed in the particular classroom. So I'm not sure what the document is out there, right? What people are looking at, and I think Mary can comment on that too a little bit. Yeah.
My understanding from my understanding, the document that you're looking at, it was a brainstorming document from, I think, like you said, about a year ago. We were sitting in this room, and we had an opportunity to start to comb for resources. And that's indeed, if I'm talking about the same document, then that's what it looks like, right? Because it's just a bunch of links with the unit names. So that was a day that we sat here silently for 2-3 hours and just brain dumped and combed for resources. So that's a brainstorming document, is my understanding is what you're talking about. And that's not necessarily
curriculum.
that is not the curriculum, yeah.
It's just
I mean,
sources
some
that
of the
we're looking
sources
at.
might have ended up in the curriculum, actually, but by no means is that document, I believe we're both talking about, is
Okay.
not the curriculum, is not the curriculum.
May I respond?
could- oh, go ahead.
May I respond? Since it was my question. So if that is the case, then I would like to ask a follow-up question, which is why were we, as a board, supplied with a document that was a year old, that is a brainstorming document, that is not a curriculum that is complete? Because I'd like to make this comment. All of you are aware, whether you're a teacher, a community member, or board member, we're all aware that there is a lot of confusion and there have been calls from the community about a lack of transparency. I'm sorry to say this, but I feel like providing us as a community with a document that is 1 year old, that is intended to be a work in progress and a brainstorming document, as you call it, whilst it was presented to us on the understanding it would be curriculum that was taught in the pilot, I feel causes more confusion and more calls for lack of transparency. And I personally did not find that to be helpful, I'm sorry to say.
We did not make that decision as teachers. That is above my pay grade. So I don't even know how that got out and why it got out. So that's something else. Right?
It's actually in my pay grade, so I can answer that.
Great, good. Thank you.
We had worked with legal counsel with a public records request and said over a fair amount of time and accurately that document was a draft, was exempt from PRA for this exact reason. For this reason, we did not want that put out there because people were going to take it and do exactly what they did with it, which is present it as fact, present it as the course curriculum, post stuff as recently as today that is outrageous, that was never part of a course, would never be a part of a course in this district. The problem was further highlighted. The course description that I'm pulled up right now, that's an attached document, is exactly the way every course has been presented for approval in this district. And as each of you know, we just provided every course that had been presented and approved in this district since 2017, each of which looks exactly like this attachment. So what we were presenting to you and making sure that you had was something in your hands that would match and make some sense about where this stuff is coming from in the community, from essentially the equivalent of a whiteboard exercise brainstorming. So that is what you have.
Am I to understand, just to clarify, that there is no further document developed over the course of the year that would have been more finalized than this working document, brainstorming document, developed a year ago? And if that is true, am I to understand that as a board, we were asked to vote on this really important topic on the basis of a document that is still work in progress, brainstorming created a year ago?
Just a quick point. The materials in the agenda are, at least for 6 years, are the materials that we base our decisions on. I don't think it's good practice to base decision-making on drafts that have been PRA'd, but it is helpful to learn that for the community, for folks who may
I'm
feel...
only talking about a document in the agenda, though. I'm not talking about a PRA document. I'm only talking about what was attached to the board packet.
Right, yeah, the board packet is what I was saying. The board packet is the...
Yes, that's what I'm basing my decision on.
Great.
But sorry, have I misunderstood something? The documents in the board packet were incomplete, or they were complete?
So
Maybe we should clarify. So there's a PDF here called Curriculum and Sample Lessons.pdf.
Yeah.
So is it possible that we could get this up on the screen?
Yeah, that would be really
So
helpful.
that we can just
Thank
make
you.
sure that there's no confusion over what we're talking about?
My understanding is it's the same document that was released in the PRA as that was provided to the board.
Right. If we could televise that document, that would be helpful so that we know exactly what we're talking about. Because this is the document which I pulled from the board agenda. I did not pull it from a PRA. And I have informed myself on the basis of this document to be here today. And so I hope that this was my attempt to be the best informed I could possibly be.
So are we trying to, I'm pausing for a second, just to, are you asking for, I don't have the ability, are you asking for someone to put that document up
Yeah, can we
there
do
on the
that?
screen?
That would be helpful.
Yeah,
that
no,
would
no,
be really
I just,
helpful.
so I'm pausing for a second. How, is there a way that someone can do that? That would be helpful.
This is the curriculum outlined in the agenda.
Yes, and so it's in the,
In the
for
packet.
those, anyone can open up, yeah, the attachment.
While you guys are figuring that
Yeah.
out, just another concern that I had about like kind of the discussion on like the community trusting what's in the curriculum. My only concern is that if we continue to listen, if we continue to listen to those people who keep wanting to almost remove certain topics of the curriculum, how can we be sure that the curriculum is like the parts of topics in the curriculum are removed down to the point where like basically the curriculum doesn't even exist in a sense?
And a follow-up, thank you for that. I just was going over books that I taught when I was teaching, not in this district, but I taught Beloved, To Kill a Mockingbird, Their Eyes Were Watching God, Night, The Handmaid's Tale, 1984, Lord of the Flies, The Stranger. And I'm, as a former teacher, I'm just putting it out there that those books were not easy to teach. I'm sure my lesson plans were not without flaws. But I was trusted as an educator to educate our children, and thus felt more confident to tackle these more challenging and nuanced books and have the courageous conversations. And so when we are talking about, I think what I need to ask is, are we asking for daily lesson plans? Like, what are we asking for to have more clarity? I mean, because we're talking about trust and transparency, so I think we just need to be clear, what is it that you wanted that was more than here?
If I could step in for
Yeah.
a second, I think we should just take a step back. So what I'm understanding is that we are being asked to vote to make a course mandatory that nobody has seen anything of except for a draft from a year ago. So when I was talking about all of the different responses that people had, and it seemed like that seemed misaligned with the course that was taught, I'm reacting to the only thing that we as the board were given, and many of the readings there were exactly what provoked these reactions. So just taking a step back here, I don't think it's a secret that this is controversial. We are seeing lawsuits in many of our neighboring districts. We're seeing it up and down the state. What I feel really uncomfortable doing is saying every single student in this district should take a course that we know is controversial, that based on the materials we've seen, some of which are problematic, maybe they're being taught in the classroom, maybe they're not, without more information about what the course actually is. So I guess what I would like to see is more transparency about what is ethnic studies, what is the course. If we're not using some of those readings, what readings are we using? I'm not trying to micromanage. I just think we should get a real window into what that course is before we make it mandatory.
I mean, that's the basic definition of micromanaging. But
So we can't have comments from the audience. I just want to ask if we can all go to, because I'm opening up the attachment that's in the agenda. It says high school course description. We have a course description which defines ethnic studies. We have a rationale. We have essential questions. We have learning objectives. This is how I'm basing my decision. And this is what I used to do as a teacher, if I was actually doing a really good job. Right, I had sample essential questions, learning objectives, standards. I see example assignments. Other units, I see a bunch of sample essential questions, learning objectives, and then they tie in the standards to this. So this, I just want to be clear, I'm not basing it off of nothing. I'm basing it off of Palo Alto Unified High School District, high school course description, which goes through each and every unit and all the essential questions. So because other people might not have the attachments at home. So that is what we have, and it is detailed.
Ms. Seal, just a couple things. First of all, I think we should slow down for just a second. Like, even just take a little breath. The high school course description is attached. That is what is submitted for all courses. We also had the brainstorming piece. The brainstorming piece, hey, look, I asked our team to attach it, so I'll just tell you that, because I knew it was out there and I knew it was being used inappropriately or misleadingly. The high school course description is the only document that you are approving. That is exactly how we approve every other course. I stopped going back at 2017. It could have gone further. We're making this more complicated than it is. If we're going to put a document up, I would suggest that we pick the actual document that is consistent with the way this district has operated for a pretty long time, and look at that document and not something that may have confused you. And by the way, I completely understand how you could be confused on this. It is confusing, and it was a last-minute decision based on the release of something that I don't think we should have ever released. That's a side topic. So this is the course description that you're acting upon. I confirm that here just right now.
Can I say that as a new board member, I did not receive any communication that the documents attached to the board packet, the official documents connected to the board packet, were weighted differently. And it would have been helpful if this had been labeled as a brainstorming work in progress, and the high school description had been labeled as the only document upon which I was to rely. We may be having a very different conversation right now.
I would say point taken. Thank you.
And I also just want to say, it is imperative for us to be able to continue this discussion. Everyone in this room must feel safe. So like, let us take a breath, because it is important. We can have differing opinions. I feel like what's happening right now, we are having courageous conversations in public, recorded. And so it is important. We can have different views, and we can disagree, but I'm really asking the audience, whether you agree or disagree, let's be supportive of everyone. I believe everyone is trying their best. That is all.
And colleagues, I will say, I know it does feel personal when you're up here. And at least between the five of us, I know it's not personal when we challenge each other and have the discussion. So I think we can all give each other grace. I had a question, which is, let's assume that there were some misunderstandings and there were other documents floating around and community members had some concerns based on that document. I've heard them too. We're here now. We have documents now that have been clarified are reflective of what the teachers and staff are asking us to approve, irrespective of another document, which we've been told now is a document that doesn't have, some of the things that were pointed out aren't actually in our ethnic studies course. If we can recenter on those documents presented to us in the board packet, I have the similar question, which is, of those documents, including the course outline and curriculum, and the raw survey data from the pilot that was conducted, where all the students answered a myriad of questions, based on that information, what is the basis? Would folks mind explaining to me or elaborating the basis to overturn the prior board's decision? If it changes anything.
And we can all open up, if we need a second, because we have time. We have time. So if people want to open it up on their computers, so we have time to look through it now. And again, for people watching, because of the Brown Act, somebody might be asking somebody a question for the first time, and that is okay, right? So we can, yes. So yes.
And I'll also just flag, part of that, what I heard was guardrails. Some folks said needing guardrails. We have a board policy, 6144, controversial issues, and in it are a host of guardrails actually that mandate how teachers are to teach controversial issues. So in fact, if the substance of this class is controversial, and maybe that's debatable, but if it is controversial and includes controversial topics, we have a set of guardrails enacted in policy that govern how teachers teach the course. So I want to raise that for my colleague, 6144, to the extent it changes any decision-making here today as we look at all the information.
So I'd like to say a couple things. First is, right now, I just want to make sure we're staying focused on the matter that we're currently voting on, which is not whether or not this course should move forward in some form, right? But whether we should be changing the mandate.
Right.
And changing board policy. Changing.
Okay, so I just, the reason I mentioned that is because we're sort of going a little bit into details that have more to do with the content of the course and less to do with my actual concern, which isn't about the content of the course. It's about the process by which we arrived where we are right now.
Would you then be, I want to just know where we are. Is that something where you would say, well, I don't, so because of that, I would vote no on the mandate, but I'd be okay approving the course without a mandate?
That is something I'm open to.
I just want to, yeah.
And then I think because what we are signaling is, so it was, I believe, 2.5 years that we've been working on this. So there was, there were those parent input sessions. Yes, parents don't know which pieces of input were put in, but it was looked at and discussed. And then we had student input sessions, I think, were they grades 6 through 12? The student input sessions or grades. So, but because what I'm trying to understand is what more do we need to do? Because if you think the course is good, to make it a graduation requirement would just be saying we fulfilled the prior obligations of the board. The committee fulfilled their duty. We did the pilot, we got great responses from the pilot, and we want all of our students to take this course. So
Let me suggest something. Let me suggest for the next few minutes to table the motion on the table right now, which is the motion about the mandate, just for a little bit here, not past this meeting, and address the first question then, the course thing. I think we can have some leeway on making a decision there, and then we can.
Yeah.
So I'll move to table the motion about the mandate, Mr. Salzman's motion.
I second. So, student board member preferential vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Board member Chu?
Aye.
Mr. Saltzman?
Aye.
Ms. Comhigh?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now I'm going to move to approve the course as presented.
I second.
Okay, let's talk about it. So this is now talking about the course, irrespective of whether or not there's a mandate, just talking about the course, just based on the materials that you all have presented today and in the packet. We've already talked about it a little bit as we've been bleeding those together, but I heard there was interest in exploring that, so I want to open it to my colleagues. I'm in favor of it, so.
And again, any question you have is a good question. I just want to have the community understand that, like, questions are good questions. We might disagree, but this needs to be a safe space for all board members to ask questions, so thank you.
Is there a reason why you were not able to be transparent with full lesson plans? I've had it explained to me that this is an undue burden on teaching staff, and I'm willing to accept that explanation. Is there another explanation? Is that the explanation as to why the community has asked for full lesson plans for many months and it has not been possible to see those?
Thanks. If you don't mind, I'll start and then turn it over to the rest of the panel. I guess part of it is process, right? And I'm going to take advantage of your offers to kind of step back and focus on trust and safety. When we are sitting here hearing that there are concerns about the course and the way the course is being presented to students, we can't help but take that personally, right? Because that is our job. And that's the job we thought we had the trust of the board to do, right? So what I'm hearing is that we're not being trusted to do what we were asked to do. And that leads to my question, and I know you don't have to answer this, but I'm just wondering what a pause is going to change, because we think we've done our job, and we don't know what a pause is going to do. We don't know what a lesson plan that you're going to see, which is unprecedented. I've had social studies electives, not a mandate, but I've had social studies electives approved by the course, and we filled out the course description. I know in our high school's instructional council, we approved a couple of art classes that, thanks, you approved on Tuesday. Those teachers are not submitting lesson plans. We're submitting a course description. We're answering any questions that you might have about the course description, and then you're voting on it. So in terms of trust, I'm all for it, to trust me and my colleagues. And I would say we just haven't done that in the past. And if we start opening ourselves up to each and every request that we get from a community member to provide a lesson plan for the day, that is a chilling effect on my ability to respond to the needs of my classes, to my students' responses or needs to discuss something that came up today or yesterday. If I'm going to now be in trouble for not adhering to a lesson plan that I or somebody submitted on my behalf, then I'm going to feel untrusted and not safe.
I respect your description that this is unprecedented. I'd like to make the point that I do think this is an unprecedented situation. It is certainly an unusual situation. I think the tensions in the community about this particular course are extremely high due to global events. And I do think this situation, if not exactly unprecedented, is unusual. I want to come back to your points about trust. As a professional in corporate America, I am frequently grilled by CEOs and boards. I don't consider that they don't trust me as a management consultant, but in fact, the more that I am grilled on data and slides, and the more that I have to give granular evidence for my recommendations, I actually see this as an indication that I am trusted as a working professional, and that I have not taken the decision, say, to sell this company lightly. And so I think that that is an analogy here. All of you in this room have heard me speak of my personal history with ethnic studies. I don't need to repeat that. I just want to reassure the room, I am deeply committed to ethnic studies. I want to see a really great course that we can fully go ahead with. Of course, not everyone is going to be happy with it. That's not what I'm saying, but there is room in this for nuance. It is not a black and white where lesson plans are not asking for 100% of every, obviously there's adaptation, but there has to be a place where, a path where we can find a middle ground between preserving the really precious values that the students have spoken of tonight, which are clearly baked into your course and which I personally value greatly, whilst at the same time reassuring members of the community who are fearful that there is no need to be fearful about your course. And personally, I feel the more transparent you can be with instructional materials per ed code, the more likely you are to receive a response that the community are sufficiently reassured and no longer fearful.
Board Member Drop.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Chu, for that. Mr. Salzman, on the last motion, when we shouldn't have been discussing it, we were discussing a little bit about the course itself and the approval. It sounds like there was some support for the idea of approving the course, but not the mandate. So now that we're talking about the course irrespective of the mandate, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so like I said, there's things that I saw in those resources, and I mean, I have to admit, I share Ms. Chu's frustration that we didn't have clarity about how to interpret the different resources. I also want to be, again, really clear that I'm not laying the responsibility at the feet of the teachers here in terms of managing the relationship with the community. That is not your job. And I'm not suggesting that it is your job. And I'm not asking, I would hope that we could find ways to provide information that helps people in the community who are concerned to feel more comfortable without imposing an undue burden or an unreasonable burden on our teachers. I don't know what that process would look like, and I'm hoping that the folks that are here can help figure that out, because I think no matter what happens here today, you cannot say to somebody who is fearful that, well, you're just being unreasonable to be fearful. That is not a viable solution. And so what I want us to figure out collectively is what is a viable solution that we can all participate in, so that we can get to the point where we aren't effectively saying, we hear your concerns, we see that there are other communities in other parts of the state and the country that have been torn apart in various ways, but we are just asking you to trust us no matter what level of concern you have, and that's it. We don't, like, there's nothing else forthcoming. And I don't think that that's a way for us to operate as a district if our goal is to promote unity and positivity and cohesion in our community. I don't see how we can say as a district, okay, we recognize that there are many of you out there who just simply are worried because of things you've seen elsewhere, whether or not it's represented in what we've developed, but sorry, you're just gonna have to be okay with it. You're just gonna have to wait and see.
So I'm sorry, since I feel like we're talking about trust, let me just reiterate the point, right? Like, what have we done in developing this course to violate anybody's trust?
I'm not saying you have done anything to violate anybody's trust.
That's what we're hearing.
I understand
is that,
that.
we need to address that issue, that there's a percentage of the community that doesn't trust us to do our jobs.
Okay, sorry, let me just clarify again. I'm not saying that that's your job. I'm not saying that it's your job to do that.
No, you're saying people don't trust us to do our job. We know what our job is. I've been doing it over 20 years. You've been doing it over 20. We know what our job is, and you're telling us people
I prefer
don't
if you
trust
not put words in my mouth. I'm definitely not saying that.
I just want to provide some context on social studies courses in general. Ethnic studies is a high political point right now, but it is actually not that different than any other social studies course that we teach in our 4 years of curriculum. When parents have concerns, we work individually with parents to address those concerns, respect family cultural values. We differentiate if students need an alternative project or alternative materials because of discomfort or they're not willing to engage in the curriculum. We do that in any course in social studies. And so there's a process. We have board policy around this. We have, our PAEA contract that directs, what is appropriate. And so I would look to other courses that deal with critical issues. And my guess is that you're not inundated your email box about teaching the Holocaust, teaching these other hard historical moments that we do in our classrooms day in and day out.
We have actually looked at other curriculum that teach complicated subjects. As part of the research for discussing this, we were shown other curriculum. I have researched other curriculum, yes, that teach difficult subjects.
Yeah, what I was trying to explain is that I feel that we have a robust process in PUSD to address these concerns, in social studies.
Mm-hmm.
And so it feels new, but I would argue that it actually is something that we deal with fairly often as teachers of these subjects.
And I say this completely unfacetiously. I'm really glad that you do have a robust process. I believe that. And therefore, I wondered why there was so much hesitancy about being fully transparent about the course that's here, given the unprecedented, as your colleague, or at least I would prefer unusual circumstances around this particular course, knowing there are heightened tensions in the community. Why were we not able to have greater transparency around what was being taught in the classroom?
And I hear your concerns, and I thank you for voicing them. From my perspective, where I sit as a teacher, there is a form that we've always used for course adoption, and that is the course description. And so in our minds, we were being transparent because we were filling up the correct form to be submitted, to be reviewed. And so for us, that's the definition of transparency, because that is the form that we've always used for courses.
And I absolutely, believe you are going by due process. I think from the community's perspective, they felt that months of requests were ignored and that PRA requests were, not sufficiently fulfilled. So I do understand that there is a gap somewhere here, and I'm just trying to resolve where that gap is. But also, in the interest of being able to move forward, I feel that if we vote to pause, there has to be a practical way of moving forward with, again, what is a deeply important course that we must have. And so I don't want to create a situation where we are stuck in a, we're spinning our wheels in the mud. There has to be a way of being able to offer greater transparency to the community so that fears can be allayed and that this wonderful course can go forward.
And I just want, because what is being said, and I think a lot of teachers are listening or principals are listening, and we talked, I think a couple days ago, we talked about slippery slope. So if what is being asked of this course, then we need to expect this could be asked of all of the English courses, because again, I shared the books that I taught, and then that has to be shared for each and every history course. And so what could happen tonight is a precedent is set. And so I just want us to just understand the enormity, because we would be changing a process that has worked for PAUSD for decades. So this is a big discussion.
So I want to make a comment about slippery slope. On Tuesday, we were asked to trust the teachers that we stick a stake in the ground beyond biology and that chemistry and physics would not be delayed. There would be no slippery slope with the delaying of STEM subjects. Tuesday shows that it is possible to stick a stake in a slippery slope and not to slip any further. What I am saying is that ethnic studies is either an unprecedented or an unusual situation, depending on how you exactly look at it. And it is possible to stick a stake around this particular situation. I am personally not asking for lesson plans for all humanities subjects or even all social studies subjects.
I have an observation, which is that what makes this unique is not the course. It's a social studies course. It's a social studies course that's called ethnic studies, and other courses called ethnic studies in other districts and around the world, around the country, have garnered a lot of attention because of their content, which doesn't, as we've heard, reflect the content of this particular social studies course. The mandate is what makes it particularly unique in my eyes, right? It's unique for the board to mandate a course. It's unique for the state to mandate a course. So that's why I think it does make sense to separate these for our discussion right now for the purpose of, this is clearly tensions are high. So let's just focus on the course piece for now if we can. And I think by separating those, there's a world where we approve the course like we'd approve any other social studies course. We don't approve or we overturn the mandate. Presumably the state's going to have its own mandate. Presumably the state is also going to include additional changes to what requirements for ethnic studies. Who knows how long that'll take. But until that happens, it gives the teachers time to implement a course, to teach, to do what they're doing, with the flexibility that we give our teachers and our sites to implement courses and teach them without a district-wide graduation requirement mandate. So that's why I suggested we vote on the course part first now, and then let's talk about the mandate piece, and maybe that mandate goes away or gets deferred or something like that.
Yeah, and
Oh,
sorry, go ahead. Well, I'm fine with doing that. I just want to make sure we can discuss it further before we.
Oh, yeah.
vote. I don't have any problem with going forward with a motion to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, sorry, but that, the discussion of approving the course but then not mandating the course makes me question what will happen to the course if it's not mandated.
And I think, because what you had proposed, I'm not sure if it's possible, because just because I was looking at the, I actually like that I can see people's faces, but can I just ask the teachers, is that possible, knowing that the world history class would have to change. So would that be possible?
You can implement a course without a graduation requirement, right?
But I think that just goes back to the issue that wouldn't then it just turn it into an elective?
Could I provide some clarification? Sorry. So, and thank you for asking that question because, you know, the way that this course was created and board approved, it's intertwined, meaning that we can, if the board chooses to move forward and pass it as the course, but not a mandate, it's gonna make it extremely difficult for the sequence to be followed after the fact based on the number of students that enroll in the class. That is gonna be a universal schedule nightmare for our high schools and our counseling team. So this is why, again, this was designed for over 2 years, calibrating with their school sites and counselors to make sure that it was, so it has to be hand in hand. It has to be one of the, you know, it can't be one or the other essentially.
Yeah.
But that's the way that it was strategically designed to be aligned and implemented with, and also be part of the 4-year graduation requirement that we have to be embedded within those 4 years so our students will not lose an elective course or another class on top of that.
I'm also having trouble understanding why we would vote on that motion separately, because if we don't approve of the curriculum, then why would we even pass it as an elective in the first place? If we don't approve it as a curriculum, then we shouldn't even have it as an electives. So I think they go hand in hand. We shouldn't vote on them separately at all.
And then that also raises the question of like, what do we need more from the teachers, from the community, or within the content, what is needed more for us to approve this curriculum? Because right now, from the comments that have been made today, my understanding is that there's part of the curriculum that we do not understand, or we do not, I want to be very careful with my wording here, but simply just part of the curriculum that we don't understand. Either we want to add more things or we want to take things out. So that's the first issue that we have. And then secondly is how the community, how the students, parents, teachers are feeling about it. So it's those two separate issues. Am I correct with what has been said today?
I think the two things are linked, although thank you for separating that in that way. That's very clear. I think one thing that we are looking for is perhaps, I keep coming back to this word, an unprecedented level of transparency about lesson plans. It's unfortunate that it's unprecedented, but necessary in this really controversial and situation of high tension. So I think practically speaking, that is the only way where we would come to this place on the path where we preserve the value of the course whilst reassuring members of the community who are currently fearful.
I have a follow-up question to that.
Yeah.
Could you help me, just out of pure curiosity, could you help me visualize what an unprecedented time would not look like? I want to know what that would visually look like to us.
I think it's an unusual situation to have tensions about what is happening in our society and what's happening in the world as a whole impinge upon a classroom course this much. So I don't like to use the word unprecedented because I don't want to imply it will never happen again. But I don't think it happens commonly. I think there's a difference between something that happens all the time and something that is not entirely unique. It may happen again. We don't know with geopolitics what will happen in the future. But I do think this situation is unusual.
And then, sorry, just like a follow-up question, because I don't want to forget it, but I have heard the word fear and fearful being brought up today, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on what the community is fearful about. Are they fearful about the lack of transparency? Are they fearful about what's being taught in the course? Are they fearful, like, where does this fear come from? Because I think it's really important to understand that, because it's important, and this is something that I have learned within my history classes that are not a part of ethnic studies, is that fear is often a root of a lot of strong, complicated emotions. And I just want to make that clear, because I'm sitting up here right now, I'm nervous. This is a really unprecedented role for me. I'm sure my fellow board rep also feels it. We're just 17 years old and we're grappling with this complicated issue. So I just want to make sure we also clarify what is that fear about.
Right, and I'm willing to give that a go. I think it's very complicated, but I'm willing to give it a go. So I'm really sticking my neck out. I think that the fear is based on an ideological framework around oppressor, oppressed, that will make some students in this school district feel unsafe. Now, whilst I may not be a part of that affinity group, I have great empathy with any situation where some students feel unsafe. So I think that as a school district, we need to take time and consideration when communities come to say that issues around racism may result from the implementation of a course. Now, before the teachers put me under the bus again, I will say it's quite possible that your course does not, is not going to incite any of these incidents that we've seen in other school districts. That's quite possible. However, it's connected to the issue of transparency. So if the community have not had, in their view, sufficiently transparent instructional materials, to use the words of Ed Code, that fear is only going to grow.
I'd like to speak a little bit to the transparency piece. I'm just looking at the board item, and President Siegel mentioned the dates where we have presented to the community and to the board. Our teachers were in the process of creating the course over the past 2.5 years before they implemented the pilot in the fall. And so what was presented was what we had at the time in terms of creating the course. So it wasn't like, let's say, our English language arts adoption that you may have heard about, where we had actual curriculum that we were looking through. Parents were in that on that committee looking at the curriculum, looking at those lessons. That wasn't what this was. Our teachers actually wrote the curriculum themselves, right? Using resources from many different sources, using the integrated model curriculum, right? So what was presented, where some people feel like it wasn't transparent, was what we had to present, right? So there is a difference with this particular course. We don't have, like with many other mandates from the state, like for example, our K-12 screener, right, that we are going to be having a pilot committee next week. There is actual curricula for us to look at. We didn't have that. So it's harder to share something you don't necessarily have, which brings our teachers back to that trust piece. And so they did share what was available, and more things were shared over the different sessions. The other point that I think is important for you all to consider when there's a sense that perhaps someone's perspective wasn't being taken into consideration during those community meetings, they absolutely were. People were able to provide written comments as well, and we did have a meeting where the communication, unfortunately, among the community members among each other in the chat was so offensive and egregious that we couldn't allow that to happen again, because we wanted to protect our community and our teachers. Our teachers were absolutely floored by the behavior of people in the community, the way that they were treating each other, the way they were treating Dr. Lopez, the interruptions. It was really difficult to witness, right? So I think as we think about what makes a difference for students and their learning, our teachers are having challenging conversations from TK all the way to 12th grade, whether it's social science or English or a read aloud or something that happened on the playground. This is happening all the time. It's part of kids growing and learning how to be in the world. And that's the work that our teachers do. That's the work that our classified staff does. It's all part of this idea of education. And in public education, we're fortunate to actually have some parameters around what you can or cannot do, right? We actually have that in a way that private doesn't, right? Because we're publicly funded. And we have opportunities for parents to talk directly with teachers if there's a concern, and that happens every single day in our classrooms. We have parents waiting at the door to talk about something that their kid told them on their Apple Watch, right? That happens. And so our teachers take that information and they have that conversation and they address it. So any class that we offer, even in PE, things happen and someone doesn't always feel comfortable. I worry about the word safe as a person who has to worry about my husband driving and coming home, right, if he gets pulled over. So the word safety is something we have to be a little bit, we have to be aware of what that means. Now, being uncomfortable, absolutely. I feel uncomfortable sitting up here naming that I worry about my husband, but it's the truth. We can feel uncomfortable. That's part of growing and learning and being a human being, but also being part of this community. Our teachers will often feel uncomfortable when a student says something in their classroom. In a math classroom, a student may say something to the one Black student in the class or the one Pacific Islander student in the class about, why are you in here? Right? That happens in some of our math classes, and that teacher might feel uncomfortable, and that teacher has to address it. Because if the teacher doesn't address it, the teacher's complicit, right? And so I know that we have members in our community who may be worried about the terms oppressor or oppressed. I completely understand that. But as a person who comes from a community that has and continues to be oppressed, I have to live with that every day. And our students of color in our district live with that every day. And the students who may not have that experience, now I'm not saying that I'm a victim. Believe me, I am not a victim. I am not saying that. Y'all know Miss Reynolds. I also know that I can be Miss Reynolds in Palo Alto here, but I can also be the Black woman driving her Mercedes someplace else and also get pulled over and not come home to my husband. That is living an oppressed experience, right? And it's okay to say that in a classroom because our kids are experiencing it every day. They're experiencing it every day. So yes, the language can be triggering for people, but the words oppressed and oppressor happen in the US history course. They happen in the world history course. They happen in our English courses. Our English class, they read Letter from a Birmingham Jail. The language is going to come up. And if we know from parents who come in and have a conversation with our teachers and say, this word can be triggering, teachers are going to know that, and teachers are going to take that into consideration. And our teachers are trained, and they will talk with their students about that and have that dialogue, have that conversation. Just like the N-word is triggering, right? But it's in some of our books, and we need to have that conversation, right? We have to have the conversation. And in Palo Alto, where we are the leaders, right? Number one, we're the leaders. We're doing great things here. We can show other communities how we can have these challenging conversations, how people can feel uncomfortable and still move forward and still give all students in our district the opportunity to take one class in high school. One class.
I'll connect it then. Okay, so maybe I'll put them in, if you don't mind.
Board Member Durop.
I would also like to say, now the teachers are going to kill me for this one. Maybe we should offer an ethnic studies class at the adult school. Concurrently with our high school graduation required course, and parents can experience it. They can experience it through the adults. They got to pay though, because, you know, it's an adult school course.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Oh, wait,
sorry,
Board
go
Member
ahead.
Drop, and
Go on.
then Ms. Comhigh.
I want to be respectful of everyone's time. I fear that my motion is going to fail or get amended. But before it does, I just want to say, there's a lot to say, and I appreciate everyone who's commented and worked so hard on this. We had a board governance workshop a few weeks ago, and there was a book I read that Mr. Salzman actually recommended, that we all read. And in it, they talk a lot about bad boards, ineffective boards, weighting adult inputs more than student outcomes. And I've been very proud to spend 6 years on a board that has valued student outputs over adult inputs. It did not make us a very popular board with folks who would come to speak at meetings. I remarked to an old colleague of mine the other night that everyone should have the opportunity to be hated because it's very life-affirming. The point is that when you focus on student outputs, you're focusing on whether we are moving towards goals that are going to make both the environment of our schools better for our students and push our students to be more successful, whatever that means. And part of those courses is showing our students what that means. I have heard a lot of discussion today about adult inputs. I don't think I have heard any discussion about student outcomes, except for what the teachers have shown us. And I want to point that out to my colleagues. I understand there are many concerns from the community. But I want to remind everyone, if I can, that our job is less elected representative and more trustee of students and the district. So I think despite the fact that there may be concerns, and we certainly can and could debate the validity of the concerns and what draft documents they were based on and all that. But all that being said, we really need to sit down and consider whether a decision that we're going to make now is valuing adult inputs over student outcomes. And if so, is that the board that we want to be? Is that an effective, good governing board? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Every board member has the right and certainly the perspective. We're all elected and we have every much a right as everyone else to come with our own opinions and perspectives. Mine is that we should approve the course. We should not overturn the mandate because I have heard nothing but adult inputs that would give any reason to do that. The student outcomes have supported moving forward, including the survey data from the pilot, including what the teachers have told us about the anticipated goals. I've heard some of the concerns from the community, the adult inputs, and even then, what you all have presented today has directly addressed those things. So anyways, I think my motion is going to fail, but I want to thank you all, and I appreciate everyone who's spoken today. And if we don't get this class in a mandate, I'm sorry to the incoming freshmen who are not going to get it. I anticipate my colleagues will see the light in time, but not in this next year.
Could I speak from a student perspective now?
Please.
Of course. Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, now that we've talked about the teachers, I just wanted to speak on behalf of the students. So from our discussion today, I hope that we come to terms that the argument that ethnic study teaches issues that are too sensitive for students to discuss and comprehend is simply not true. And I hope that we recognize that the discussion of controversial topics isn't foreign to any of us, and we can handle this. And for those still making the argument that our students and teachers aren't equipped to learn and teach, why aren't you challenging any other history curriculum taught by the same educators? History is uncomfortable, and I believe as a school district, it is our mission to educate not just some, but all students to develop their own well-informed perspective of truth, not whenever, but now. And I don't want my and my peers' history to be tucked into a voluntary taught 90-minute period APUSH or contemporary history class that is unstructured without a curriculum. Additionally, I imagine that all electives in our district started off with a level of concern, like History of Women in America, an elective at Gunn that discusses the women's movement. Discussing the overload topics like such does bring change to our school campus. So from the students we've seen come forth today, it's beyond clear to me that ethnic studies reflects years of commitment from our teachers, their willingness to continuously improve this program for the better, and a necessity for our students to go through this curriculum as they go through high school. And now that we trust our teacher, now I believe it is time to trust our students' experiences with ethnic studies. Thank you.
Ms. Kama, I just wanted, before you speak, but I will let you decide. Sometimes I think for me, I need time to think. I mean, I've expressed my views and everybody knows my views. I talked for a while. But sometimes I think it's okay just to give us some time to think. So would you like to speak before we just take like a 5-minute break to think? Or do it, or would you like to speak before then? Because totally up to you. Sometimes time is just helpful. Okay.
I'll say a few words.
Oh, no,
Just a few things. My worry is that requests for information are coming across as arguments against ethnic studies. And I just want to be very clear again that I'm in favor of ethnic studies. And in fact, I have not heard anybody up here say they do not want ethnic studies. So I just want to clarify that piece. I also do think that this course is unusual. It is now hour 4, and we have a full house, and we have ropes. And so I don't buy that this is a slippery slope where if we ask for information about this, we will ask for information about other classes. There are certain courses that are different. And this is precedented. So we have had sex education in the past where there has been similar interest in it, and there has been a similar desire for transparency. So I guess I would ask that we recognize the reality we're in, which is that people care strongly about this, and that's why there is desire for information. It is not about mistrust. And I completely understand you're sitting up here and you're feeling it personally, but it is so much bigger than the individuals sitting here. It is, again, this is something that is being debated everywhere. I think many of the people who have concerns might not even know exactly who's teaching the class, right? This is not personal. This is about the information that was shared that may or may not reflect what is being taught. So I think there is a real desire to understand what is there. And so please just interpret those questions, which is in the spirit of trying to move forward, right? And so I hear that there was some, and please correct me if I'm wrong, colleagues, some desire to go forward with this course as an elective. What I'm hearing is that that's actually not possible. Is that right? Right.
Correct.
Okay. So then what I'm hearing is there is some concern about approving this class as a mandate at this moment. So I'm going to put another motion on the table, or no, I'm amending the motion to defer the mandate 1 year so that we can get information about what maybe more documents and review, and we can talk about what that looks like. I'm trying to find a way to move us forward, right? While recognizing the importance of ethnic studies to the students, to the community, to all of us. So I'm putting a motion on the table to defer the mandate for 1 year.
Before
In the course approval, yes.
Before we vote on the motion, my question is just, what more information do we need for us to clearly see this course? This is just a completely, I'm not asking this to favor one side or another side. This is just a completely neutral question. What more specific information do we need? Because continuing on with echoing what Yunso has said, this course has been piloted, and the concern that was brought up from Tuesday's board meeting about not delaning Bio H was that course has not been piloted. There was not enough data from the team Bio H and Bio Merge classes, and that there was just not enough information present. And those were the specific information that wasn't present. So now, So now putting ethnic studies on the same level what more specific information do we need? Do we need more data? Do we need it to be piloted more? Like, I'm just kind of confused on the lack of transparency, but what specific transparency?
And let's get a second on the table so folks can answer that question, if there's a second to the motion. The amendment.
I second.
I think the question was really about the amendment, why to amend.
Yeah, and of course, I feel like it's also important to echo President Siegel's thing about taking a moment to think. So if this is I feel like this could be a great time to pause, take a 5-minute break, and have them and kind of think about really what we need to answer these questions about what we need for transparency and what more information we need.
So we will take a 5-minute recess to think. Um,
No. Sebastian said, right? Yes, Sebastian Oliver. Yeah. Brian. He's doing really well. Oh, sure.
the special board meeting of January 23rd, 2025 will now resume. I will, okay. We'll just wait for everyone to be seated. Okay,
She's got
so,
an amendment on the table.
okay.
Fan, yeah.
Okay, Ms. Kamai is.
That's a good strategy.
It's Kamai. Okay.
They're so, I know.
But I think Mr. Salzman had a.
Mr. Salzman, do you have a question? A response to the?
Yeah. So
Right.
just clarifying to make sure we know what we're focusing on, it's just simply what more information that we need on the curriculum that's currently being presented, whether it's more data, transparency, or just any sort of subject like that.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair question. And I'm trying to figure out how to answer it. I think to me, the information that we need, that the community needs, is maybe less about I don't know if it's less about the curriculum itself and more about how we're going to conduct outreach. Or maybe that's what I need to know. I need a plan, basically, for how we're going to, if we're going to move forward with this course. And I would love to see us move forward with this course. And so what I'm asking for from everyone here is a plan that would allow us to do that and build trust and bring people together in the community so that folks feel like they are being heard. Yeah, I think that's, to me, that's sort of the key piece.
Okay, so just a clarification, it's not about like the curriculum itself, but more so how the community feels about the curriculum?
Or the questions and uncertainty they have about the curriculum.
Okay.
Following up with that, I'm aware that this course came into development after community outreach, right? There were plenty of discussions with parents and students. So what is your definition of community outreach if this isn't enough?
Yeah, so let me give you a concrete example. There's a school district near San Diego called San Dieguito School District, and they have a more fragmented community, I think, than we do, from what I understand, politically and culturally. And they undertook a process to create and implement an ethnic studies curriculum. And part of their process looked very similar to ours. There was, development of a course. They took information in from a variety of different sources. It was primarily led by teachers because there is no established textbook. There's no established set of standards, and so that's what's required, as Ms. Reynolds pointed out. And then what they did is they conducted a pilot, but the way they did their pilot was different from the way that we did ours, in a way that, to me, is important, which is that as they went through the different units of their pilot, for each of those units, the resources that were used as part of that unit were put online on a website, along with a form that invited people to provide commentary on specific resources that were used in that unit. That feedback then went through a process where it was, taken in, looked at by teachers, by other, folks involved in the instructional, the process of developing the course. And they didn't necessarily take every piece of feedback and say, okay, well, you're uncomfortable with this, so we're going to remove it. But what they did do is they went, sort of piece by piece and said, okay, we hear that some people are concerned about this piece, but here's why we think it's important and we're going to keep it. Or, we've heard your concerns about this piece and, we understand why that's problematic now that we've looked at it. And so we're going to remove it. And so what developed was basically a chain of, I don't know, like a record essentially of the sort of shared decision-making process. And so at the end of each unit, then there was a report to the board. So there were basically monthly meeting. Did you look at this too? Yeah.
And it was, I would describe it as an iterative process, which I think was quite positive and constructive.
So I'm not saying now that we need to go back and do that. We are where we are. But what I'm trying to illustrate is, I think had we done that, we would be in a better place than we're at right now. And so what I'm trying to figure out is, given that we didn't do things that way, and given that we are where we are, is there a way that we can move things forward and still try to, somehow provide that kind of sense of, okay, I looked at things, I may not be comfortable with them, I made comments on it, those comments were received, and this is what's being implemented.
Okay. So you're suggesting that we go through another year of a pilot program that iterates that process?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that.
Okay.
I mean, if someone else wanted to propose that, we could talk about it. That would be a way of I think addressing this, but I'm hoping that it's not the only way, because personally I don't favor doing that. But I'm just saying that our goal should be to try to achieve the same outcome.
Then I think it kind of goes back again to the original question that was posed about what more information do we need right now, and what more can with that information that we want, can the teachers that are here today provide us with that information that we want?
Right, it's a great question. And the answer might be that there is no more information that they can provide us right now. And the answer might be that what we have to do is figure out how to say two things at the same time, which is, one, we're going to approve this course, and we are also going to pledge that as a collective, we're going to figure out how to move forward in a way that brings people together and makes them feel like they are brought into the process. You look like...
Sorry,
Yeah,
I have a
that's
follow-up
okay.
question.
I'm just noticing that you look like you're confused by what I'm saying.
Yeah, so if the goal is to reach the same result, how do you do that without the same process? What process are you suggesting we go through? If it's not the process that you're suggesting that was from a San Diego school district?
Yeah, I wish I knew. I mean, I wish I knew what the answer was sitting here right now. But I am confident that together as, like a group, we can figure out a process that would work.
In the past, the process has been, I mean, this is not, in the past, a process has been what it sounds like might be working is, so we approve, of course, if we approved, we'd be approving both, as we know. So we approve the mandate and the course, and then there would be some periodic updates to the board at some point, like we've had equity updates and so this would be an update to the board. The board, of course, I mean, those updates are public updates, and there are opportunities for the public to comment to us about it. It wouldn't be for action or anything, it would just be information for us to see and the public to see about what, though. I think we'd have to, I don't know what that would be, and I don't know if that's feasible, and I don't think, I don't want to put staff on the spot to create something like this that's really never been done before, but I'm reiterating what I'm hearing is on.
Because I also think a root in this problem right now currently, well, not necessarily a problem, just a concern that I have, is the current motion that stands on the table right now is that we run another pilot program and we wait until the class of 2030 to implement the ethnic studies course as a mandate, right?
The motion on the table is to defer the mandate 1 year. So I guess
The amendment on the table.
the amendment on the
We're
table.
discussing whether to amend the motion.
Yes, the amendment on the table is to defer the mandate for 1 year. Okay.
And so I guess one question I have for my colleagues is, do we need to decide at this moment what happens in that 1 year? is that also up for decision, or is that something that can be decided with the teachers and with district staff?
I heard the teacher say that this specific course cannot be an elective, and they explained why. So we can, yeah, so that was,
Have we ever had a situation where we've had board updates on a class that's been going forward?
Yeah, I have a 7-year history here, no. So beyond that, I can't speak to ever. My suggestion is, first of all, it was my recommendation to not take a vote in November for a few reasons. The number one reason, however, was that I knew that we would have criticism and scrutiny if we voted before the pilot was concluded, and I thought the pilot was the most transparent thing we could possibly do. And throughout the pilot, we had not a single complaint that came forward through any of our channels, and you saw the student input. So my gut tells me, and I've been, working with the teachers and hearing from Dr. Lopez and Ms. Reynolds, I think it'd be a mistake to get into creating a new process here at the table. I think the cleanest way to move forward, and this is just a suggestion, of course, would be vote it up or vote it down at this point, and then we will go from there. We'll either have a class and we can move forward, or we will come back and have to think about a process if our teachers are interested in participating in that process.
May I ask a clarifying question of the teachers? As I understood it, the main blocker to not being able to have this as a continuing elective is the desire to have all ninth graders in the same world history class. But as an interim measure, if we were to delay adopting it as a mandatory graduation requirement for a year, would you be amenable to continuing the pilot but broadening it to a wider number of students, and also ensuring that, I just learned some new information over the break, that the lottery was a genuine lottery so that students didn't opt in to take it, but they were randomly selected. So is it possible to continue the pilot in a way that is randomly selected, that includes more students?
I have something to say about the continuation of a pilot program. I discussed this with some few teachers over break, but if we would do a pilot program, we would have, I don't know, if we said we had 100 kids per school, we would have 200 kids who would also have to take a second semester class that is specifically designed for them. And I'm sure that is a difficult process and probably a scheduling nightmare. And from then on, they would be missing content from contemporary history that would not follow into sophomore year history. And it's not like going into bio or bio-H and then moving on to chem or chem-H, right? They're going to missing some part of the curriculum that they'll have to be able to make up in 10th grade history. So basically, we would have 400 students who would need a new curriculum for the next 3 years of their high school education. And I'm sure that wasn't the process that the teachers, that wasn't the expectation for the teachers who were planning that, so.
Is that what has happened to the 20 students who've taken the elective so far?
Right, but if there would be a larger number of students going
Yes,
forward.
I understand
yes.
that. Is that what has happened to the 20 students so far? So they were randomly selected, but they didn't get a choice to undergo this
they
fairly
were not
complex
randomly, I don't mean to
randomly
interrupt, they were not
I don't
randomly,
know,
that's my.
I was just told that over
Oh, okay,
the
yeah.
break.
So
So I don't know if that's true
Is that
or not.
accurate to say that they were not randomly
They
selected?
elected to be there, okay.
Okay, I'll let you, if you want to add something.
My understanding of the process was we had space for 20 students, more than 20 students at each site had volunteered to join the class, and we randomly selected from that number. So
Oh, you randomly, I see where the
Can we
confusion
have-
has come, okay.
Do you have the number of how many students volunteered to be selected?
Somewhere I have that number, yes.
somewhere, but it was between 20 and 30 at Gunn.
Sorry, I never volunteered. None of these people volunteered. We were selected by our teachers. I did not tell my teacher that I wanted to be in this course. In fact, when I found out that I had been selected for this course, I almost opted not to do it, but I chose to do it and I stuck with it and I loved it.
Thank you.
But
I reiterate exactly
Yeah.
Okay.
what Quinn said. That was my
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful to know. So, and what you are seeing is we get new information at board meetings. And I think every single thing that I have said since 5 p.m., right? Every single thing the teachers have said, Ms. Reynolds, Mr. Lopez, our student board reps, like, we get new information at board meetings, and now we get to sit with that new information and consider it. And we heard from our students, we heard from members of the public, and so maybe.
I think, we're getting late. We should get moving on if we're gonna make decisions or not make decisions. I really think that there's no reason we can't approve the course and the mandate, and then as a board, decide as we move forward what kinds of progress indicators we want to look at in terms of outcomes. We're going to be talking about the promise soon. We're going to be talking about progress indicators. We, of course, measure outcomes based on those indicators. I think that will be a very transparent process because the community will be involved. It'll be a special meeting study session. We'll be talking specifically about how we measure success along each of our goals. And the classes and the students' outcomes are going to be measured against our goals there. So we can incorporate this discussion today and the desire to see more transparency and progress indicators and goals and sort of bring that over to that promised meeting, I think, maybe expressly so. I don't know that has to be a hindrance on us approving this. It's sort of like we approve. Everybody knows we're going to go back and talk with a lot of granularity about what we expect to see. And as a part of the promise, undoubtedly we can talk about our expectations for community input in decision-making. I think that is a very fine way to do it.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot. The one thing I would add to it is, this is a question, actually. I'd like to ask the teachers a question. So, would you all be open to the possibility of having potentially a board member, randomly selected possibly from among the 5 of us? Just kidding. I would volunteer to be this board member. Have a board member work with you to help to foster trust within the community. Is that something is there some way to do that?
I do want to clarify, though, because of things that I have expressed my trust in you. And so I want to just clarify, because I don't want there to be a misconception that.
No, I agree.
So I think what you're asking, what do you mean, can there be a board member who can work with them?
If I can,
I'm
and
tired, but maybe
the thing is, I want to make sure that folks are aware of existing processes we have, and because there are needs, and I think being here, I know that we have board liaisons to specific schools. I think having those conversations at the site level between the board liaisons and site admin, just generally, that's a great way for teachers at the schools to express any concerns or frustrations they may have in any course or anything, and for the board member to discuss community feedback relating to that school. That's a great avenue, I think.
Right.
So that may be an option. Board liaisons and
a
our
really good
promise update. I think we can go into both of those things with a little more intentionality, having had this discussion today.
This is just a clarifying question, very quick. If we approve the curriculum as it is today, can it still be edited afterwards?
I will just.
Yeah.
We're fine, is there? And what do you mean by the word edited?
Will the curriculum be updated as time
I'm
goes
just
on?
trying to my question is just simply out from the compromise, because I want to find a way to move forward. But if we approve how the curriculum is today, is that just how it's for sure gonna stand for 2025 to 2026?
I think we're going to be we may very well get legislative changes, and that may change things. And again, I compromise is great. I'm not suggesting that we change. I'm not suggesting we sort of change the course or change. As compromise, I think I think all we're doing is illustrating the different ways we have as board members to do the things that my colleagues want to do, and highlighting that we have some points coming up that we can do that in.
Yeah, maybe it's the wrong word to use, compromise, but I was just curious about how that process works if we do approve the course as it is.
So maybe, so I think let's just vote. We have an
Can I
amendment.
ask another
Yeah.
question? Sorry, I don't want to belabor this. I know there's a lot of new information, as Ms. Siegel said, that's coming at us. So I think we learned that what we thought were the materials were maybe not the materials, and now I think we're learning that the way that we thought the students picked the class is not the way. I just want to clarify, because a lot is resting on the student evaluations, which were incredibly positive. So I just want to hear a little bit more about how the students were then picked for this class, because there's a lot resting on it, right? We don't have a lot of data. We do not have standards from the state. We do not have information about what the class is about. And now I want to know just kind of how to conceptualize the surveys that we got.
Well, I would say we also got some new information from the students. At a previous steering committee, steering is the secondary IELTS for a subject, we had discussed the need to get a list of students for a pilot. So the middle school teachers went back to, the middle school representatives went back to their sites and talked to their teachers to forward a list of students to us. To our counselors.
Can I add something? So it was a little more formal in that there was a standard presentation every single 8th grade student got from their 8th grade social studies teacher to introduce the idea. And then from there, we got a list of names of kids who we thought said, I'm interested.
Thank you.
Do we want to vote on the amendment, or the amendment, or the amendment, or the amendment, or just do a straight up or down vote? Just to get it done with. Or it's your amendment. My opinion is that we should just vote down the amendment and let's just do a straight up and down vote on, in fact, let me do this. Let me withdraw my motion, which will moot the amendment, I believe. And if not, let's just say it does. And so there are no motions or amendments on the table. I'm going to move that we approve the course and the mandate as presented. We approve the course and confirm the mandate as presented.
I second.
And of course, in our promised study session, Mr. Salzman, I think part of that is going to be a discussion about progress indicators and goals and how we measure them and what we expect to see in terms of measurements when things come to the board along those goals. And board liaisons being conduits, more active conduits maybe for community input as discussions happen at the site level.
So that motion is on the table. Should we do an up and down vote?
Let's just do it. Let's do it.
And just to clarify, the motion on the table is approving the course as is to begin as mandatory in the fall.
Yes, so that would be not overruling our the current board policy. So it would be a confirming. So it is a graduation requirement for the class of 2029, 1 semester ethnic studies course.
All right, take the roll.
So, but I just want to make sure we word it. Should I just read it here, the way it was originally written?
She's got it.
So to approve as presented.
Yeah.
So to approve the Palo Alto Unified, oh, okay.
Everyone knows what the motion is, right? We're voting to
all
approve
clear?
the
So the
things.
motion is just what is the action item on the agenda.
Correct. Correct. And student.
Okay. Student board preferential vote.
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to do a roll call vote. Ms. Chu? Or if you want to go later, you can go later. Mr. Salzman, or if you would like to go later, you can go later.
I'll start. Aye.
Okay. Aye. If someone is,
I'll vote nay.
okay, Mr. Salzman? And we have to have quiet from the audience
Yeah,
because
let's let people deliberate.
this is hard and we have time.
It's a hard
I mean,
vote.
it's hard and this has been a long night and I just want to say I appreciate the board members, I appreciate our student board members. While we're just thinking, I appreciate the teachers, I appreciate the students, I appreciate everyone in the audience. So, we're not rushed, nobody's rushed.
How do I how do I know that I have a commitment from folks in this room to try to address the concerns that I raised?
Sock full of nickels.
I mean, is there any way-
You've heard me express, I think if the majority of the board is expressing that we are gonna do this, Ms. Siegel can, I think, say that we're gonna, at the study session, discuss progress indicators and, how we measure against the promise and what our expectations are for, public, stakeholder input. And
And
we
that
should be able to
studies-
trust each other's word.
Yeah,
I think we
and that
can.
study session is tentatively scheduled for March 25th. So
Yeah.
it is scheduled to discuss the PAUSD promise. And based on, the feedback we have here today, I would be very amenable to look at our progress indicators and ethnic studies and go into
And I think everybody here knows understands. I mean, I said it publicly. I think it's public record. I think you can trust me that we can talk about that.
But there's time, we can all take a breath. You guys, everybody can just sit back. I don't want anybody to feel rushed into a decision. So we have time, and it's. And you have time. There is no rush. I just want to make that clear. We have time.
I'm voting nay.
N-A, no, or yay. I didn't hear it.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I vote aye.
Okay, we need order in the boardroom. The motion passes 3-2, and with that, the meeting is adjourned.
I don't think I've ever had to make a decision. Just adjourn.